What in the what? Hype train before the stream even starts. Y'all are out of control. Absolutely out of control. DFW Dwegham hitting that 1 year mark. White Wolf coming in hot. 31 months with a tantalizingly tasteful and thoughtful message here. Me, I just appreciate the alliteration. And then, of course, we have Stoneless B working their way up to that number 4 Journeyman Pain Hour, tossing out a gift sub. Holy hell, I should take breaks more often. No. How we doing? How we doing? How we doing, guys? Going out to Sarge Says. I'm sure he'll appreciate not having to watch commercials. That is, after all, the greatest benefit. The greatest benefit of having a sub to really any channel. Any channel at all here on Twitch. Square Peg, fantastic to see you. Roland, happy belated Turkey Day to you, too. I think Thanksgiving is really one of the only holidays that I spend almost any thought on. It's, you know, no other time of the year can you easily get whole turkeys, and we might have gone a little overboard this year. We did a whole other one after Hethrier left, and we fried one and smoked one while he was here. We have a lot of turkey. I just ate a turkey sandwich. I'm not quite turkeyed out yet. We're getting there though. We're getting there. So the roasted one is bottom of the barrel, but that's still pretty high because we brined everything. So even the roasted turkey came out pretty good. Smoked is delicious, but overall, Data Nerd, I'm going with fried. The fried turkey in the peanut oil, like that's the business. That is brined and then fried. Absolutely fantastic. It is Stoneless. Always enjoy the stream, the sub shares, the love for the viewers, and the streamer Journeyman Pain. Dude, you've been doing some pretty kick-ass work lately, Journeyman Pain Hour. Been following your work on Star Wars Legion and absolutely loving what I see. I hope we get to see that General Veers you just painted tonight, because I like that one a lot. Man, oh man, DFW Dwegham finally talked himself into a Saturn II. I'm real close. I'm real close on that one. I just talked myself into a new iPad Pro, the 12-inch 2022 model, so that I can use like Nomad Sculpt and some of my other sculpting programs, like on the go or on the couch, or conceivably from the bathtub if I'm a raging moron, which I have been known to be. I have been known to be from time to time. Man, oh man. White Wolf, wonderful to see you. Thank you again for the resub. Unexpected, good to see you too. Whew, got a lot of people in here tonight. How we doing? Did everybody else have a good Thanksgiving? I sure hope you did. I really do hope you did. It's, doesn't even necessarily need to be with family. We don't do, like, family Thanksgiving around here anymore. We do Friendsgiving. And if I'm being totally honest, it is a tradition that I intend to continue and to expand upon. Friendsgiving is my favorite. Been enjoying breaking out of Battletech. Think my art's benefiting from the renewed inspiration too. You know, I recommend that. That's a very, very real thing. Journeyman Pain Hour. Oh my god, I didn't even think about Cyber Monday deals for 3D printers. Hang on a second. Hang on 1 second. I just want to check something real quick. One particular thing. I ordered a bunch of paint, and I got some good deals on some electronics. Oh, yeah. The Mars 3 is down below 300. The Saturn's right at 300. Saturn 2's down to 500. Ooh, damn. That is something. I'll take a look at these after the stream. I didn't even, for whatever reason, I just didn't even think to look at that. I got some good games in over the holiday, which was a good feeling. We played some Warcry. We played some Kill Team, which I had not played the new edition of Kill Team. Kill Team 2021. I have to say I'm pretty damned impressed. I'm really very impressed with that game. We had an absolute blast playing it, and the best part about it was once I was like, yeah, I'd like to play some more of this. I've had all these weird. I know about Cyber Monday. I you know what? I got a couple of deals this morning, and then I just completely neglected to check some other things that I had meant to because I just had a lot to do today. I was saying about you, Journeyman Paint Hour. It's good to do that from time to time if you're feeling burnt out on something and you're just like trying to soldier through and it's not working. Honestly, take a break. Do something else. Do something else. Start a new project. I know that we, as painters, it's like a cultural thing. We're like, oh, it's a joke. I start all these new projects and don't finish them. Like, it's good to finish projects, but it's better to enjoy what you're working on. That is, in my opinion, far, far more important. So take a break. Try something else. Do something you're excited about, something that you're fired up about. Guys, thank you so much for the hype train. Thank you so much. But yeah, the cool thing about Kill Team for me is that I just have a lot of 40k models that have fallen into my possession for one reason or another, and it's been awkward because I just put them all in a box. They're never enough to like start an army, nor do I want to. I just kind of have them, and I'm like, it's like a squad of intercessors, like a squad of chaos marines, and with Kill Team, that's really all you need. Intercessor squads are 6 models. Nice. I still had a bunch of old AdMech and a bunch of old Gene Stealer cults. I pull up their bespoke kill teams and I'm looking at it. All I needed to fill out a Gene Stealer cult kill team was I needed a Keller morph. So I was like, I'll buy one model. I ordered myself a Keller morph, and bing bang boom, I've got a kill team ready to go for that. And Vergaderung was kind enough, and I'll show them here on stream in a minute. Vergaderung, I was interested in the new Kroot kill team from the new box, because Kroot are my jam. I've always loved the Kroot. I think they're the most interesting species in 40k at this point that is also completely underdeveloped. I've been a fan of them since the early 2000s when they came out. And the new box is a bespoke Kroot kill team and then Imperial Navy breachers. And I didn't care about the terrain and I didn't care about the breachers, but Vergaderung wanted those. So we got a box and split it. He sent me the Kroot, and I love these models. I love these models. I love the way they play on the tabletop. I'm really looking forward to putting them together, and I'll show them off because I did a little bit of conversion work on them. I'm pretty happy with. It's good to be back though. It's good to be back. Verg's breaches are a thing. Yeah, he already painted them, the psychopath. I'm gonna have to catch up. We're going into marathon mode here. We're going into marathon mode because I'm looking to hit Adepticon with a couple of Warcry warbands and a handful of kill teams painted, in addition to terrain and then my cyberpunk stuff. That's top of my list, and then other stuff is gonna follow up if there's time. But we're working on it. We're working on it, folks. We're gonna bring some models. Rockin' Robin, welcome in. Good to see you, man. How you doing? Elise, good morning to you. Xander Shade, it's always a pleasure to see you in chat. Used to have 40k models, and I sent them to others who got them on the table like 2 days later. Isn't that always? That always seems to be how it goes. Speak of the devil, and Vergaderung shall appear. Welcome in, my man. Well, I'll show you what I did just in the last day. How about that? How about we do that? So first of all, Vergaderung, here are the models that you sent me, plus a couple of others that I just got finished. I figured out what I wanted, everything, how I wanted the team to be built, and got them all put together, and now I'm working on bases for them, and then they're going to get primed, and we're going to see if we can't get them painted inside of the next week. But I really love these models. So first of all, it's an opportunity for me to use my my Wargame exclusive Ukrainian sculpted She-Kroot, which is a nonsense model, because it's a bird lady with boobs. But it's pretty cool. It has a real Predator vibe with a little camera up over the shoulder, and I'm using this as my Kroot Kill Broker, which is their leader model. It's just being proxied in, but I think it's a pretty cool sculpt, and I like the whole vibe that it has. It just has a Kroot rifle and a blade in the rules, but I'm like, whatever. It's got like an accelerator bow that functions as a Kroot rifle. Good enough. Good. They have breasts, but they don't necessarily have like mammalian memories, if you will. Pun expected. I know that you might forget that because you paint so many of them. This is the standard leader, the Kroot Kill Broker. Now, the Kroot Kill Broker is canonically female, which is why I was like, yeah, let's go ahead and we'll do Booby Kroot for that one. I mean, yes. I'm not going to argue with you, Dwecom. This is the normal Kroot Kill Broker, which I'm just going to be using as a stand-in Kroot warrior if I want to bring one in. Really, really nice sculpts. They all kind of have the vibe of Drayak Grek from the Blackstone Fortress kill team and his love of ponchos. Which, speaking of which, I went ahead and pulled him out, and I rolled him into the team. I added a couple of rounds to the side of his rifle, and I'm going to be using him as the Kroot Coldblood, who's like a veteran Kroot warrior who has a bunch of alternative ammunition that he gets to use. So I'm having him stand in as one of them. One other standard Kroot warrior. That this is the model that would normally be the Kroot Coldblood if you build him with an alternative set of pieces, but I just made him as a Kroot warrior since I was using Drayak as the Coldblood. He's got a pretty relaxed stance to him, and I like how he's kind of stalking forward with his blade. Let's see. Then we get into, well, first of all, the set comes with a pair of Kroot Hounds, which are good new sculpts. I like how they have little vests and pouches on them. Everybody loves Kroot Hounds, and in the rules for this kill team, they're really, really fucking good. You can run 2 of those instead of warriors. There is maybe my least favorite Kroot rules-wise, but I decided to go ahead and make him since I had enough pieces for it, and I used a couple of alternate parts to give him a little more flavor. This is the melee specialist, the Kroot Cutskin. I put a little piece of meat hanging from his side there too, because you can give them, instead of giving them med kits, you can give them meat, and they just eat the meat and they heal. And I figure of all the models that's definitely going to have that piece of equipment, it's going to be the Cutskin. I don't see using him as much. Honestly, his rules are probably the least exciting in the whole set. He has no ranged attack unless you give him a pistol. He has some kind of mean, like, dueling abilities, but he's not as exciting of a melee specialist as even this guy, who this was a custom build, because you can only make... Some of the models you have to build one way or the other. This is my version of the Kroot Stalker. Normally he's kneeling down, but I made this one custom. He has a Kroot scattergun over his shoulder, a shotgun, drilled barrel, as is good and proper, and then a blade down by his side. He's just kind of slinging it over his shoulder. I like how all their weapons have those nasty blades. This is the one that can charge from concealment, the Kroot Stalker. The Kroot Cutskin, I don't believe, can charge from conceal. He has a bunch of abilities where he can resolve melee dice early, and anytime an opponent discards dice, they take damage. He's kind of just okay. The Kroot Stalker, this is the one that has the concealment shenanigans, which I think are really, really good. And he has a scattergun, which means he can at least engage at 6 inches in addition to being mean in melee. This is my favorite melee specialist in the group. Oh, let's see. Now, this is the model that you have to build either... Or, sorry, no, this is the model that you build either as the Kroot Stalker or the Kroot Tracker, and I went with the Tracker because this guy is just sort of an auto-include. I'm going to drop him. He's an auto-drop on the table is what he is. He's got a pretty good look to him. He comes with a little piece that goes in front of him that looks like a footprint, because he's tracking somebody. I'm going to go with something else for him, but, you know, he's doing his thing. I also put a piece of meat on his waist there. Now, normally, well, that's the thing, Vergaderung. I'm keeping Burb separate, Pek Ra, who is a little Kroot Hawk. Now, normally the model is supposed to be built this way. So Pek Ra is, you know, perched up on the rifle. But the way that his rules work, the Pek Ra token, there's a separate piece that is this bird, a Kroot Hawk, which is a revered form of life amongst the Kroot. Is it a Peck? I thought that this was a Kroot. Are the Kroot Hawks larger? I would have sworn this was a Kroot Hawk. And that was its name. Either way, they're sort of the root life form of Peck, the planet that they come from. Well, it's not a Peck, because Peck is the name of the planet. And Pek Ra is the hawk. Anyway, it doesn't matter. The Kroot are mysterious. Homeboy, though, can move around the field as a token, and he has a bunch of abilities that he uses, so anybody who's within 6 inches of him, he can take away cover from enemies, and he can grant benefits to nearby Kroot. And you can move him around and drop him on the desk. You can move him around every round, but I wanted to keep him separate because I'm going to put him on his own token. You got me. You got me, Dweghom. Alright, let's see what else we got. We have the Kroot Longsight, who is your standard sniper boy with just the most ridiculously long gun. it's like the length of like the Transuranic Arquebus for the AdMech. It's kind of nonsense. So that doesn't matter as far as I know for Garurung, because in Kill Team, if you'll notice, all token distances are measured from the center of the token, so the size of the token is actually irrelevant, which is actually something that I like. I would assume 25mm. Please do let me know, though. Yeah, it's really something. Hey, Riot Sister, how we doing? My button's not gonna work, but I'm gonna push it anyway. Yeah, see? You see how it doesn't? The other buttons are working today. Hold on. Hold on. We're getting there. Just for Cat.
Hello there.
Welcome in, Cat. He's a neat model, though. I gave him a cybernetic eye looking into the scope because I feel like that's kind of ironic and fun. He's got some pretty good abilities, too. Who next? The Kroot Bow Hunter. Basically, his ability is just that he has a series of different variable loadouts that he can shoot on any given turn. Because he's got his little Hawkeye-style quiver with a bunch of different arrowheads in it. So he can shoot like a blast shot, or an armor-piercing shot, or a stun shot. All in all, pretty cool. He's just like a slightly better warrior for the most part. And speaking of better warriors, Dr. Rhino, how you doing, man? Kroot are indeed mysterious. Yes, we've established that. We have established that. 13 months of wasting my money. And here's to 13 more. How you doing, Rhino? Good to see you. Oh, following that up, we have one of my favorite models in the set, the Kroot Pistolier. I gave him a pair of sweet-ass goggles because it seemed appropriate. I like how he's stalking forward and drawing his other pistol. He's got an overall pretty cool look. He is mean as shit up close. Like, within 6 inches, this dude just messes you up. And he has an ability where anytime somebody fires at him, anytime somebody targets him, he just gets to shoot at them first. So there's a solid chance with his dual pistols that if a weaker model decides to shoot at him within 6 inches, he'll just kill them before they get to do anything. Which is actually quite a lot of fun. And then normally you can only build one or the other of the heavy weapons, but I managed to do both. This is the official heavy weapons model guy with I think it's called a tribalist. Just like a giant bowcaster, basically. Long range, heavy armor piercing. It's just a decent overall heavy weapon that can fire at any range. It's pretty nice, but I have to say, for Garurung, I still had to build the other one because I love this one, and I used an alternate model, and I just did some kit bashing, a little bit of cutting, a little bit of creative gluing to fit the weapon on this guy. This is the other heavy weapon, which is the Dvorgite Skinner, which, as far as I can tell, it rips your goddamn skin off. I think that's what it's supposed to do. It's not entirely clear just based on the name, but the weapon profile on this thing is fucking stupid. It's like a really, really mean flamethrower, rules-wise. It's like the Crane game Crane for your skin. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. That makes perfect sense. Yeah, I had to do some creative cutting around his poncho to get this one to fit on here, but I think it works pretty well. And it seems like a guy using something called a Dvorgite Skinner should be screaming, so I gave him the screaming goggle face. Warcry was a lot of fun. We had fun with both games. Sorry, that's the whole Kroot Kill Team, so I'm going to get them put away. Warcry was... It's very similar to Kill Team in a lot of ways, obviously, but still distinct. Obviously, it's much more melee-focused. It took me a game or so to start to get a feel for how the Rotmire is supposed to function. I found myself, ironically, starting to fall in love with their unit that has the shield and the long weapon, because it has reach. And I found myself using, like, oh my god, I like the basic units of Rotmire more than almost anything else. Because if you can get them in to kill somebody weak, they can do a thing where they harvest, like, a poison gland from their enemy, and they have the gruesome vial for the rest of the game. And that means any ability that they resolve as if it were a 6. And if once they get that, then they can do blowgun shots for the rest of the game. And if they're resolving 6s, even if you're rolling 2s, then they're doing, like, 6 damage each time that they fire that bad boy, and on top of that, lowering toughness, which I found out was... Hang on, I got something on my monitor. What is that? Okay, go away. I found out that that's really the trick to using Rotmire, is if you can lower somebody's toughness, suddenly their weapons are much, much scarier. So if you can blowgun somebody to lower their toughness and then move your guys in, get the close range guys into engagement to attack, and get the long range guys standing behind them swinging over their shoulders, like, they can really hurt. Weirdly, the most damage I did was by bleeding on my enemy. Like, the first thing that happened was one of my, my catchers gets attacked, and he didn't get a chance to respond with anything, but I had reactions, the bile blood, so I was able to just bleed and do a shocking amount of damage that way. It's definitely going to take some more practice, but I enjoyed the game enough that I went ahead and pre-ordered the next set that just went up for pre-order this last weekend. It adds more to this terrain, and it has one of the kill teams included in it are, like, primitive Seraphon skinks, and I was totally into that. But after enjoying Kill Team, I went ahead and dug into my existing model collection that isn't enough to build an army, and I was like, well, I actually have enough to make some Kill Teams here. So the only models I need to add to this are a Kellermorph and a Locust, which I went ahead and ordered because I managed to get them both for like $40. I'm like, 2 models to get a whole Kill Team? Sure, why not? I've already got the rest. And, you know, nothing special here, pretty standard. Got a shotgun guy, icon bearer, picked out my heavy weapons. I really like the heavy stubber guy for the Gene Stealer cultists. And then the seismic cannon. And then we got our mining laser guy with 3 arms going. Kellermorph and sniper. I wasn't a huge fan of the stats on the sniper. I think the Locust looked more exciting to me just because Kill Team is such a close range game overall. I would take the knife guy over the sniper guy, I think, if I was doing that. And speaking of close range, when I was building these guys, I was like, why don't they all just have shotguns? Because honestly, these guys are going to be objective takers for the most part. Shotguns have a better profile, they just have limited range. And I was like, just everybody. Every single neophyte in this Kill Team is going to have shotguns. Got a couple of cool builds out of it. Can I bring knights for Kill Team? Ooh, my name's Dr. Rhino. I ask questions just so people read them out loud. And then I built my little gunner guys. I built a Weber just because I don't really think it's going to be that good, but I like the Weber. It's such a classic weapon. I'll try it out. And I was able to build a few extras. My leader guy with a bolt gun and a power pick. Pretty straightforward. They're in this light blue plastic because these are actually the guys from the previous Kill Team box that I never finished building. Yeah, I gather that stun can be powerful, but I feel like I need to play around with it more before I really find its role. One thing about Kill Team, if you have the opportunity to take a grenade launcher or a grenadier, do it every single time, because grenades are fucking amazing, as I discovered. And then a flamer guy, also rocking the kind of classic old school rogue trader looking flamer. I was able to make all these out of just sprues that I already had, which felt nice. Turns out I also had the sprues to build AdMac Kill Team, the Hunter Clade, Intercession Team, which I was actually working on earlier. I played primarily with my Death Guard, and then I discovered, because I was like, I wonder if I have any other Death Guard models. I just found this unopened on a shelf of mine. I was like, oh, I guess I've got options. So I'm going to build a few more Plague Marines. I like playing as Plague Marines in Kill Team, because you only take 6 of them. And playing with 6 models that are really tough actually feels pretty cool. And as I was searching for more stuff, I needed to get one more Poxwalker, because you can also take your group of Poxwalkers. I needed one more. I was like, oh crap, I'm going to have to paint one more Poxwalker. And then I'm going through old Ziplocs of models, and I just find a painted Poxwalker that I guess I just never finished. And I dropped it into a Ziploc. I don't know. I don't know why I did that. It's not quite done. I need to do some weathering on it, a little bit of dry brushing, and put them on a base, but I did that already and just forgot about it. So that's fun. Also, right next to him, a completely painted Plague Marine that I forgot that I had. I mean, it's just Plague Knife and Bolter. It's not the most exciting loadout, but I mean, it is very reasonable to run a group of Plague Marines with nothing but bolters, give them all virulent rounds, and then play, there's a ploy that lets them all take 2 bolter shots. So 6 Marines, all with boosted damage on their bolters, all taking 2 shots in a round. Like, this is the answer to a Horde army. So I'm going to keep him as a reserve and potentially roll him in. and build up a few other Plague Marines to give myself some options, like Plague Spewers, and I was looking at, like, the Bubonic Axe seems really good. I was getting pretty good mileage out of just Plague Knives, honestly. And I went ahead and started today putting together some intercessors for an intercession team, because again, it's only 6 models. I figure why the hell not? All I had to do was find a couple of assault intercessors. I already had all the intercessors I needed. In fact, I'm going to glue the shoulder pads on this guy because I have 3D printed custom heads for them, which have sort of like a Greek look to them, and then I've 3D printed custom shoulder pads that have their, like, tactical markings and Iron Snake's logos. So why don't we go ahead and do that, since I've got this one guy here, and then we're going to do a little bit of painting on the rest of this terrain. Yeah, anything with bolt in the title. Which is why I was looking at the Legionary kill team and thinking about taking Chaos Undivided for word. Oh, yes. I also have enough parts to build a Pure Strain Genestealer team and enough parts to build a Chaos Space Marine Legionary team. So I have parts for like 7 kill teams right now. And without like having to... investing like $50 into rounding a few of them out with specific models. So I'm like, you know what? Fuck it, why not? Because the gameplay is actually really enjoyable. You'd use Legionary for the Iron Warriors. I'm going to do Legionary for the Word Bearers, is my plan. I even have enough, I have a stack of sprues over here to my right, because I was digging them out and taking a look. I have enough to build even like a Phobos Space Marine kill team. Like Reavers. I know, isn't it, Kursala? Ew, dude, thank you so much for the resub. How you doing, Kursala? Welcome in. And with a tactical arrow on it. This way I don't have to use literally any decals. The Mohawk Aspiring Champion will see the light of day. Where is the, Oh, and I have enough Scions. I have enough Scions for a kill team of those, too. And I have enough Blood Pack to run them as Veteran Guardsmen. I dug into my Chaos Space Marines and I found a couple of models in here I decided to go ahead and use. This is going to be my, not Aspiring Champion, but, shit, what's the other leader called? For the Legionaries. He can take a Plasma Pistol and a Demon Sword, so I was like, oh, this guy's perfect. He looks so fucking epic. This is a good model. But he's rocking the Plasma Pistol and what could easily be a Demon Sword, so that's what I'm calling Homeboy. I am Hethrir. I have a lot of models, dude. It's a little ridiculous. I have Vergaderung. I was looking at the Blooded and thinking about using their rules for Blood Pact. I'm unsure yet. And I genuinely don't remember where I got this, but I also found a Master of Possession sprue, and I realized that this guy's probably a little bit overkill for the, what is he called, the Balefire Acolyte Psyker that you can take for the Legionaries, but he's the only Space Marine model I have that, like, has fire coming off of him and is obviously a Psyker, so this is going to be my overblown Balefire Acolyte, is the Master of Possession. You need what? My Master of Possession is mine. Sumatha, always a pleasure to see you, my man. The Master of Possession is possibly my favorite model they've released in the last couple of years for Chaos. It's gorgeous. Alright, let me glue my shoulder pads on, and that'll technically be the first of my Iron Snakes done. How you doing, Colonel Matthew Steiner? It's good to see you, man. You can barely see it on the camera, but there is the Iron Snakes logo. Oh, doesn't fit perfectly. Let me get a little bit more surface contact on the sides. So I'm just looking at the top. The other ones fit a little bit better. Back 40 Gamer resubbing with some of those Bezos bucks. Thank you, my man. Wonderful to see ya. I hope you had a good Thanksgiving. Same goes for you, Steiner. Hope you had fun. Hope you got lots of turkey. Let that set on there. There, you can see it if I turn it. You can see the Iron Snakes logo on there. The Pretzel of Doom. On a Battletech break, you know, it pays to diversify. It really does. I have been playing Kill Team and really enjoying it. The new edition of Kill Team is fucking fantastic. It's like, why would I ever play full-scale 40k when I can play Kill Team? It's so fucking good. Oh, I didn't put a backpack on him. I should do that too. You know what? I'm not buying 40k, though. You'll note that that is an important difference, Vergaderong. This is 40k that I already owned, which makes it very easy for me to justify. The new edition is significant. Like, I played that one, the 2018 edition, Colonel Matthew Steiner. It was fun, but I never really stuck with it. This new edition of Kill Team is fucking phenomenal. It is significantly more fun than the older one. I highly recommend it. I'm aware that he's an intercessor and tactical marines don't exist anymore. I also don't give a shit. I think that this helmet looks significantly better than the Primaris helmets. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. And I've got some other versions that I'm going to use for, like, the Sergeant and the Assault Intercessors and such. Let me see. Like this sweet-ass one with a crest on it. Yeah, they're going to look pretty cool. Well, and I'm a factionaholic, and, you know, Kill Team is a great way to build basically everything. You want a new faction? Guess what? It's only like 10, 12, 15 models. Total. Like, Horde armies are 15 models. Gene Stealers right now are funny, because, like, Pure Strain Gene Stealers, it's just 10 Gene Stealer models. You can put some mutations on them, but that's pretty much it. Some of the other ones are more complex. Some of the Compendium Kill Teams are not the most exciting. But as they release more and more bespoke Kill Teams, some of the Compendium Kill Teams are really good. Like, the Plague Marine Compendium Kill Team is actually pretty damn solid. Yeah, 10 Gene Stealers. And it's basically just, they only have 2 weapon choices. Now, they can take a lot of their morphs, like they can take Extended Carapace, they can take their Acid Maw, or Flesh Hooks to get a ranged weapon. They can take, you know, like Toxin Sacks and stuff like that. So you can kit them out to do slightly different things, but for the most part, it's just a choice between Rending Claws or Rending Claws and Scything Talons. Which, I mean, you know, that's what Gene Stealers do. But it's just 10 Gene Stealers running at you, screaming and clawing. And with the complexity of some of the bespoke kill teams, this seems like a good one to build just to have in the back pocket. So that when you're frustrated, you're like, fuck it, I'm playing Gene Stealers. We have one strategy. Enjoy the fact that I can climb on everything. You know, when you keep beating my Gene Stealer cultists, I can pull out their children. The Pure Strains. Oh, that'd be perfect, Verg. That'd be perfect. I just have the basic ones. It's like old sprues of old Gene Stealers that I've just had for years and years, and I've had nothing to do with them. So this is a perfect excuse to have them not just be a useless sprue anymore. Mechanic, welcome in. Playing the new Pokemans. Everybody seems to be. I've heard good things about it. A little bit of cleanup. Not too bad. Yeah, I was kind of thinking that too, Verg. When someone inevitably is like, let's play Into the Dark, and I'll just be like, Gene Stealers. They happen to really like Space Hulks. That's like their whole thing. I think the Genestealer cultists will also do pretty well in there, between the flamers and shotguns. I just enjoy playing the game enough that I'm like excited to play more of it. It's been the first time I've been hyped up for something 40k in a while. And then Warcry. I haven't even been talking about that, but yeah, really enjoyed Warcry. It has some really clever systems in it. I love the resource management and the initiative system in Warcry. So the way that it works is at the beginning of every round, you roll 6 dice, which are the initiative and ability dice. You each roll 6 dice, and then you separate them into results. And if any result is a single, as in there's only one of that result, like say you roll, a 2 and no other 2s, all of your single results get contributed to your initiative. Whoever has more singles has the choice of initiative for that round. And then anything that rolls doubles, triples, or quads get paired off or grouped off into abilities. So if you've got, a pair of 2s or a pair of 6s or, a triple of 4s or what have you, you can then resolve those to do special abilities during the round. So it limits you. You're either going to have high initiative or you're going to have a series of special abilities that you can do. And then once you rolled those, you also have something called wild dice, which you get 1 wild die a round. It's sort of their version of like a command point. You can add the wild dice into your, wait, what looks a bit odd? This one? What looks odd about it? Did I rotate it back too far? I might have. I don't care. But you can add a wild die to your result. You get 1 per round. You can, well, yeah, it's away from the joint. He's reaching out with his arm. If you put a regular shoulder pad on that arm, it's because that arm is extended outward. That's why it looks that way. I tested it with one of the basic ones too. Crap, what was I saying? Yeah, okay. So you can either roll that wild die in and make it into a single to enhance your initiative, or you can add it to an existing combination to, say, make a double into a triple. And then the results of those ability, double, triples, and quads are also taken into account. So, like, a double of 2s is not necessarily as good as a double of 6s, because some abilities will use the value that is actually on the dice to influence the ability that you're using. For instance, the blowpipes that I use with my Rotmire Creed. If you resolve 2 dice to use their blowpipe shot, the damage that they do is dependent on the value of the dice. Or you can save your wild die, not use it, and the next round you'll have 2. And if you save 2 that round, you'll have 3 the next round. So it's like a combination of initiative rolling and resource management. And it is really interesting and really engaging while also being a really simple and easy to pick up system. Are there Warcry rules for Skaven? I don't know, Dwegham. So this new edition of Warcry just came out. Warcry, I guess, 2nd edition, where they added in reactions and a few other things like that, which I think is good, because reactions are nice. They let you, react. If you're getting attacked and you haven't had a chance to activate yet, you can still do things about it, which is much more engaging than just standing there and taking it. They're releasing new warbands pretty regularly. The next ones coming out are some cultists and some primitive Seraphon. I couldn't say if there are rules for Skaven. I know that there is a compendium currently. That's sort of how they're handling both Kill Team and Warcry. If they don't have a special team for a faction, they release a compendium, and that tells you how you can build a team for that faction. It might not be as exciting or as sexy as some of the newer teams, but you can build one. So I would assume that Skaven have a compendium team that you can build. But don't hold me to that. Now, they're releasing new boxes quarterly, which each one comes with new kill teams. They're not new kill teams, but new warbands. I mean, they're basically kill teams. So keep an eye out. Your favorite faction is almost guaranteed to get one pretty soon. The other nice thing about the expansion and the way that they're doing it is this new box for 2nd edition, the one that I got, Heart of Ghur. It includes all this terrain that I've been painting, which I'm about to work on again. And so Heart of Ghur is sort of the core. It's the Realm of Beasts core. And then they're going to do 3 quarterly expansions for each one of those boxes, and each quarterly expansion is going to have 2 warbands and a set of terrain that expands on the terrain that came with that box. So it is another set of this gnarl oak meat-eating tree terrain to expand on this set. And the way that the games are built in it are also really cool too. It's a system that is taken fucking directly from one of my all-time favorite games, that being Rune Wars, the miniatures game, wherein you have 4 decks of cards, and I was shocked at how many cards are in it. There is a card for terrain, there is a card for deployment, there is a card for victory conditions, and a card for a twist. And all you do is you shuffle the decks and you draw 1 from each. And it tells you the terrain cards. Now you can use your own terrain. You don't have to use that deck at all if you don't want to. But the terrain cards correspond to the sets of terrain that you get with the boxes, which is pretty nice. So it's just a picture of this terrain laid out in a particular way. And it's like, oh, okay, lay out the terrain just like that. And then you have your deployment card, and you orient that the same way, and that tells you how you're going to be deploying. And it divides your team into 3 groups. And it tells you, like, okay, this group is going to start here, this group is going to start here, the third group is going to come in on turn 3 as reserves from this side of the board. Okay, we've done that. Third card is your victory condition. It tells you where the objective tokens go, what you're trying to do, how you're going to score points. I'm getting little flashes on this camera, and that's bugging me. I hope my C920 isn't going out. But it tells you, how you're going to score victory conditions for this game. And then the 4th card is a twist. And it's just, the usual, like, oh, it's a dawn raid, so ranges are reduced for whatever. I think the first one that we drew for Hethrir and I was a lightning storm, so literally anytime you ended your turn not under cover, you would potentially be struck by lightning. You roll 2d6, and on a 10 you get struck by lightning, and then you roll 2d6, and that's how much damage. We had some models get killed outright. Just, they'd be like, I charge into battle, I run out from under cover, and I'm struck by lightning and fucking dead. It was a little ridiculous. Currently making terrain statues for my Rune Wars minis. Rip Rune Wars. Seahorse, yeah, at least they're good for that. The lightning was funny, honestly. But there's like 30 cards in each deck from the base game. And you do a little bit of math on that as far as combining terrain layouts, deployments, victory conditions, and twists, and there's a huge number of ways you can play the game without ever... The thing I like about it is you don't have to think about it. You just draw the cards, set up the game, and play it. That's it. It's dead-ass simple, and that's if you don't want to use the other game types. That's if you don't want to... There are also in the book, like, each warband has quests. There is a campaign system that takes you along a story, and you try to complete, like, there's the missions in the campaign, and then there are side quests you can go on to try to get access to different units and equipment and experience, and, like, if you want to get into it, it's a really interesting game. I am really kind of excited to play more of it. I hate, after all my shit talking, to be here ranting about GW products, but and I'll still say fuck 40k 9th edition. It's kind of sucks, but Warcry and Kill Team are good games, and they're well supported too. I have zero complaints. The terrain cards could be cool for Trinity City stuff. I thought of that to Square. That is something that I thought of that I'm gonna talk to Alex about that, because we're talking about releasing, the terrain boxes like we did with Operation Steel Dawn. It also includes a scenario, and I was thinking terrain cards could be cool too, where it's like you draw it and it's just like, boom, lay them out and play. Too many books, too many rule changes. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna add one more to that, Vergaderung. Too many fucking models. And maybe there are people out there like a young me who's excited by all the models, but me, I look at this and I go, oh, I only have to paint 10. Oh, I only have to paint 6. Okay, I can do that. We're gonna play more Warcry, Hethrir. We're gonna play more. I honestly, I think the gameplay of Kill Team I enjoyed a little bit more, but the potential that I saw in the gameplay mechanics of Warcry really excited the hell out of me. I'm excited to do both. And, I mean, credit where due, I think that, like I sent you a message earlier, we can totally use this Warcry terrain for Kill Team as well. I was thinking about that, like, it's hard to use sci-fi terrain in a fantasy game, but there are, you know, within the world of 40K, there's planets that look like this. Why the hell not? Face cam and audio are desynced. Is that true? Hold up. My face cam has been acting funny. Oh, I guess it's just you. Everybody says it's fine. Roland, I suggest first restarting your browser, and then maybe just take the heel of your palm and just give yourself one right in the side of the head, just like that. Is it your... Maybe my face is desynced. Oh my god, Voxel Forge, is that possible? Oh. Alright. I've been rambling way too long. Let's actually paint a couple of things. What do you say? I got this terrain mostly done, almost exclusively with dry brushing. There are a couple of steps to go that are mostly small fiddly bits, so let's go ahead and get started. Auto Fire, 12 months. Has it been a year? Has it been a year? Auto Fire, thank you so much for the resub. Thank you for your support. Yeah, I got all this pretty much dry brushed up really nicely. I need to do the bindings on the bamboo and everything, and then I need to do all the nasty little claws up on the meaty carnivorous trees. Lots of good texture on this stuff, though. The overall, if you need the terrain, that's my caveat. If you need the terrain, which in this particular case I did for fantasy stuff, it's a good value in these boxes. If you don't need the terrain, not as much. But if you don't want the terrain, the nice thing is for both of these games, if you wait a little bit, they release the teams by themselves. I did Auto Fire. Thank you so much. I hope you had a good Thanksgiving as well. Oh, God. I don't know why it wanted to come out of the bottle quite so violently. I've made a horrible mess. Ate too much, veg the rest of the day, doesn't get better than that. That is, you know, tis the season. Tis the season.
Warning. Fingertips covered in superglue are not approved safety gear for handling razor blades.
They're really not. They're really not. How you doing, T-Square? It's good to see you, man. New Warcry box of Skinks was announced as a reveal. They announced the pre-order. They announced the reveal, or the reveal was in October. The pre-order started like yesterday, and I went ahead and pre-ordered it. It's literally the first time I've pre-ordered anything from GW in the last 5 years. You're not... You know, some things can be kept private, Hathrear. You know that? It was a delicious chocolate pie. Damn it. Get ourselves out a little bit of ivory paint. Grab a brush. Use our number 2. There are worse things. There's another brush I was just using. Where did it go? Where did I put it? Where did I put it, and why did I put it there? Why do I do anything? Oh, there it is. It was delicious. Well, you know how to make the pie. I had to take advantage of the pie while I had it. I am a bit of an opportunist, I confess. Yeah, that's the ticket. Make more pie. Seems like we've solved the conundrum. This is the fiddly part, is the doing the final details like this. The rest of it all went pretty fast once I set my mind to it. Wife just finished making some sweet potato pie. Yeah, we got some sweet potato pie over here too. That is personally one of my favorites. We saved it until after Hethrir left so that I could eat literally all of it. I mean, we were tragically delayed in making it until after our guests left. That's what I meant, which is a shame. Hey, Valendar, how you doing? Yeah, you should, genuinely. Like, feel free to post that on the Discord, Hethrir, because it was amazing. It used tofu as a binding agent, and I have a hard time describing what a difference it makes. It was like melt in your mouth. Silky chocolate pie. It was crazy. Good sandwich. Yeah, we did 3 turkeys. So anything even remotely related to turkey, I'll be eating over the next week or so. Turkey sandwiches, turkey pot pies. Turkey. We did turkey burritos and did your green chili on it, Hethrir, which was kind of amazing. Touch up all these nasty little claws. I'm going to hit him with Vallejo Smoke after this, and then give him a quick dry brush, and that's going to be their detailing. I ended up using Vallejo Smoke for all the bone. I forgot how much I love that stuff. Yeah, the tofu thing, like, you say it, and I'm like, really? Tofu? Chocolate? Ugh, okay, but it was unfucking believable. It's just the way it affects the texture is difficult to even describe until you put it in your mouth. Painting little tree claws. Again, I hope everybody had a pretty fantastic holiday. I hope none of you had to work. I know some people often do. Regardless, I hope you at least took some time for yourself. The nightmare of existence. Anybody get any modeling, any painting done? Get any cool figures? I got my copy of Dark World and a couple of incomplete copies of Battle Masters, enough to make one complete copy of it that I'm really pretty excited about. Games that I haven't owned since I was like 13, but Battle Masters was my first war game. One more round. I notice my hands shake a lot when I'm doing this. But you'll see what I'm doing too is I do the little pinky brace. I just extend my pinky out and brace in the palm of my hand. It keeps my hands shaking in the same direction at the same time, so relatively there isn't really any shaking. I can shake as much as I want. Not that this is terribly complex work, but I know it's a problem a lot of us face. Alright, any other ones on this to hit? No, I think that's it for this one. Let that sit for a moment. And do Big Skull Guy. Sort of made and 3D printed the entity from color out of space for my Nurgle arm. It uses a great unclean one. I mean, you can't just say things like that and expect us not to want to see them, Robin. I hope you realize that. I assume you do. Because that kind of sounds amazing. He's gonna show it. It's just gonna be like a vague magenta cloud. It's just a pink light that he shines on the table as you play. That's all it is. Well, tell H.P. Lovecraft. And Stuart Gordon. People keep saying Andor is good. I have no intention of watching it, but everybody seems to like it. Got a Cadia Stands box Friday. Got the Heavy Ordnance Cannon started. That's probably the coolest edition. Like, again, that's not one that I'm personally going to go in for, but I think the field guns that are a part of the new Astra Militarum, the new Imperial Guard stuff, that's one of those things that you look at it and you think, like, you know, it is a little odd they haven't had this yet. It's nice to have a field gun, an artillery piece that ranks in below a fucking basilisk, you know? Below an Earthshaker cannon. People keep saying it, Voxel Forge, and it's the one that I'm not going to watch. That's the thing, though. At this point, Roland, honestly, I don't want any Star Wars storytelling anymore. I want essentially zero. I acknowledge that it may be good, and I'm still just like, you know, it's just not for me. I've been hurt too many times. At this point, it's really easiest. It's best for both of us if we move on. Did some green stuff a little bit ago today, so it's not painted yet. You haven't painted literally all your models, Robin? For shame. For shame. Have you played any of Kill Team 21, Robin? You know, Voxel Forge, if it happens, like, I hope you enjoy it, man. I don't think it will, but should it ever, I hope you enjoy it. Someone should. Oh, Valandar, for real? That is exciting. Dude, fingers crossed. Fuck yeah. can I talk about the thing yet? There's legally no reason I can't talk about the thing. I've just been not talking about the thing because it hasn't been certain. But at this point, I have the contract in hand. It is under legal review at the moment, and I have no expectation that it is going to be turned back. And I am satisfied by the terms of it and by the compensation of it to the point that I cannot foresee any circumstance in which it does not come to pass. So I think I can just talk about the thing. The only thing stopping me from talking about the thing has been me not wanting to talk about the thing because the other side of the thing doesn't care. In fact, I think they're excited to get marketing started more than anything. So... Gale Force 9 is going to produce a pre-painted line of Hextech that will be available in box sets. That's the thing. I'm pretty hyped. I'm pretty hyped. It is a remarkably lucrative opportunity. Possibly the best thing about it for me is it's literally currently it's a multi-year contract for which I don't have to do anything. For the next several years, they're going to be working through the existing line of Hextech a bit at a time. And I have to do nothing. And then once we reach the end of that, depending on how things look, I could roll right into some more. So, it's a big thing. And like I said, I didn't want to say anything about it until it was certain. But as I said, I have the contract in hand now. It is undergoing legal review to make sure that everybody is satisfied with the terms. And we are looking to have product on the shelf as of May to June of next year. We're going at it hard and fast. Going to be starting off with Trinity City and then moving on from there. Thank you guys so much. It is exciting as hell, and it was funny story. I thought it was a phishing scheme. I got an email a couple of months ago, and it was like this little short email from an address I didn't recognize that was like, "Hello, I am such and such, and I am the CEO of Gale Force 9, and I would like to work with you on a project." And I was like, "Yeah, okay, yeah. I think I just talked to your cousin, the Nigerian prince, last week, buddy. I'm sure you do. I'm sure you are." Turns out it was. And so I was like, you're not a lying sack of shit. Okay, yeah, no, cool. Yeah, we can do that. Sure. It is neat. It's damn neat. I'm gonna be excited to walk into my friendly local game store and buy a box with, well, what the neat thing about it for me too is they very much want my name on it, and they very much want my brand on it. So it's going to be like Thunderhead Studio, it's going to be, Gale Force 9 Thunderhead Studio Hextech. This is a mold production company, Xander Shade. They have their own resin casting division and their own painting division. It is something like, it's like a 200-man company. So these will be resin cast. The Gale Force 9 versions may have slight cosmetic differences from the versions that are available in other places. We've discussed making them slightly unique. As long as something is being produced by Gale Force 9, it will not be... And bearing in mind as I say this, that there will likely be changes between now and the actual release, but the plan is that anything that is available from Gale Force 9 for the duration will not be available anywhere else, but they distribute fucking everywhere, so that shouldn't be much of a concern. and then it'll become available again once that run ends. Yes. Yes, it will to Square. In fact, this product will also be available from Steel Warrior Studios. Well, it'll only be temporary, White Wolf. And if you've been buying Hextech up until now, I promise you the things that they're going to be producing first, you probably already have the STLs for. Because, like, we're starting with early Trinity City stuff, and then moving from there. And I believe the final product is going to be cast resin that is filled with foam. It's part of their Battlefield in a Box line, which you can already find at a lot of stores. Yes, Roland, it will be. Everything will be compatible. It'll have all the same features and be to the same size. So if you've got Gale Force 9 Hextech stuff, it'll be completely compatible with anything else that has Hextech on it. In fact, that's something that's very important to them, is maintaining the contiguity across the product line. Well, it's funny, we had a conversation about exactly that, White Wolf. And the fact that they had previously been in negotiations before CGL picked up the line to be the official producers for Battletech Terrain, and that ultimately fell through when CGL picked it up. And they had approached CGL about doing an official line, and nothing had ever come of it. And they eventually decided they just wanted to go with a third party. And I guess they also really, really like the Hextech brand name, because it's one of those brand names where if you know what you're looking at, it's really obvious what it's supposed to be. We'll probably have more of the map-compatible sets available, too. The goal for me is that you'll be able to, like, pick up a CGL map pack, and then right next to it in a box, pick up the terrain that goes with that map pack. Pre-painted. I'll be sure to inform you guys more details as it progresses, but we're going to be hitting the ground running, getting started with production in December, and like I said, hopefully have product hitting distributors and local game stores in May or June of next year, which is a crazy fast turnaround, but they are very motivated. That's not why I'm doing it, Vergatarung, but it is something that, you know, brings a smile to my face as I fall asleep at night. I mean, in fairness, it really doesn't look like... It looks like CGL has already pretty much decided not to bother producing anything more complex than, like, cardboard fold-out Alpha Strike terrain. So I think they're probably resigned to it already. But I am in love with the idea that you'll be able to walk into a store, buy, you know, a box of CGL mechs, grab a box of Hextech terrain, open it up, pop it on the table, and start playing. You know? Oh, Riot Sister, thank you for the reminder on both counts. Oh, I might take you up on that, Riot Sister. We'll see. I am very excited. It is a big step. Well, I'll tell you the other part, too, is... Well... No guarantees, but based on discussions, it is entirely possible that there will be further Thunderhead productions from GF9 in the future, assuming all goes well. We have discussed it. There are no promises being made, but there is interest in some other terrain being produced similarly. And if I can bring y'all boxes of pre-painted, ready-to-go terrain, that's what I'm gonna do. It's certainly a big step forward towards legitimacy for me, it feels like. If only. Yeah, I know, Shadowcat. It's, you know, that's just the life we've chosen. Never really feeling real. No, you've got a reserved seat, Rhino. Don't even worry about that. That's the nicest part of Voxel Forge is like this is all for work I've already done, so I've got some guaranteed margins on that, and I'm gonna be able to relax into making new sets for Steel Warrior and for potential eventual larger distribution without needing those sets to succeed immediately to justify the work. This is gradually turning into an actual job. And that's a good feeling. I'm getting a little sloppy here. I was just thrilled as hell that they approached me about this, though. I guess they'd been looking at the options, and ultimately they decided that Hextech was the one they wanted to go with. Yeah, I don't know if they're going to do if they do the dropship, it's not going to be right away. We talked about that a little bit, right, sister? Oh, Kaylee, this was super duper easy. Prime it black, and then I went over and I repainted some of the black parts that needed repainting black, and then from black I dry brushed up, and I'm sure you can find analogs for them. Scale color 75 deep red, followed by scale color 75 fuchsia, followed by pro-acryl tanned flesh, followed by scale 75 birch. It's not difficult to find analogs for those colors. It's basically a deep red, a fuchsia, a flesh tone, and then an off-white. Yeah, I think they came out pretty good. They're bark-like, but also at the same time kind of muscly and sinewy, which is exactly what I wanted them to be. And thank you for saying so, Kaylee. Does Hextech have a slums theme pack? I think that's some rundown buildings. So there is a Trinity City slums. They just look cheap and not necessarily like run down. Mostly what they are designed to look mass-produced and to sort of fill in the spaces between the larger buildings. But yeah, if you go look up the Trinity City packs, there's a Trinity City Slums pack. You know, mass housing. There's so many of these goddamn little things. But I mean, considering I just dry brush the rest of it, I guess I can afford to spend a few minutes on the detailing. And when it comes to terrain, I try not to, like, I'll do a little bit of handwork, but I try to keep it very limited. For the most part, I just want to dry brush and move on. Oh, did I miss it? Did I miss it, Valandar? Hang on. Getting rid of all my GW, replacing them with AP. With Army Painter, really? It's an interesting choice, Roland. I don't mind AP paints, I really don't. Went in the laundry room to print something. FEP had ruptured resin everywhere on the table. Oh, I wish I couldn't sympathize with that problem. That is such a nightmare, man. Clean up resin. Resin had partially cured on the screen and in every part of the tank. Tank is not salvageable. Thankfully, those are replaceable. Turn on UV light to cure resin on screen, peel it up in one layer, finally find old photon tank, barely fits. Fill with resin, start printing, go outside to run errands. One part of my thigh starts to feel a little warmer than the rest. Oh, resin on the jeans. Yeah, that pair of jeans is, well, those are work jeans now, Valandar. Congratulations. No, I try to limit myself to rim jobs. You know, it's when you paint just the rim. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, Shadowcat. I hope that we're going to produce that one in resin. That one's going to take a little bit of extra work to get there, but it is sincerely my hope that we see that one available in a resin kit. Valandar, my thoughts are with you, my friend. This is, this is the dark side of resin printing. Is that every now and then we face a day like that. A day like today. Indeed, that's the other one, Kaylee. Dude, Rhino, it'd be fucking awesome, man. Like, the whole deal is a really, really good one for me for a lot of reasons, but more than anything, just having my shit with my logo on it on a shelf on a friendly local game store is, like, that's the culmination of my dream overall. That is the grand, great outcome for me, is just that. Being a part of the gaming industry in a way that feels legitimate. I'm incredibly proud, I'm incredibly honored. I wouldn't be at this point of having a door open in front of me to step through if it weren't for you, if it weren't for Steel Warrior Studios, if it wasn't for everybody who has supported me, who has given me advice, who has been in the stream, who has bought our products, who has played games with me. Like, this is the culmination. They're not, you know what, I don't want to say it's the culmination. It is the next step. It is the next step in something that I really, really very much want to do. Well, see, that's the thing, Valandar. If we're smart, those messes are contained regardless. If we're smart, we've taken steps like put trays under our printers, like thankfully I did the one time I had the massive FEP failure. And resin didn't get everywhere, it got within the raised lip tray that I put down because I thought to myself, that might be smart. That's a lesson I didn't want to have to learn the hard way, and thankfully I didn't. So let that be a lesson to everybody. Put a tray under your printer, people. Just like you put a raised lip plastic tray under your washing machine. Do the same for your resin printer. It's going to save you heartache, and headache, and backache, and ball ache, and bellyache. Which, ironically, are kind of the same thing. Actualization. That's, you know what? That's a good word for it, Hethrier, and thank you. So that's something that we talked about, Xander Shade. Probably not the stream, though. Honestly, I'll ask about that. I'm trying to get them to put a QR code in the packaging to get you over to Steel Warrior Studios for the rest of the Hextech line, and so far they're amenable to that. I'm working on that part. I'll pause this for just a moment and do a little bit of smoke wash on these two that I did before. I'm going to take a short bathroom break after that. Well, Greyhaim, fine. Okay, fair enough. That's also a good answer. I wouldn't put a drain next to your printer, though. That seems like that's a poor idea. Oh, that is the wrong bottle. Yeah. That part is still being worked out, Xander Shade, but I promise you I'm thinking along the same lines. Well, particularly at yours, White Wolf. I would say that most people don't have quite as nice a build bench as you do. You've put a lot of work into it just in the time that I've seen it. And you deserve to enjoy it. Decided to not replicate the skin on my Possessed as I did them before. It was super labor intensive and frustrating. Just replicated 90% of it with careful airbrush and dry brushing. Took 20 minutes, the rest of the details won't be long after that. You know, I have found with a good technique like that, Dr. Rhino, the first version of it, there's nothing wrong with the first version being labor-intensive because you're testing things, you know? But the trick is finding the steps that added the least to the process and removing them. That refining it down to something that you can replicate quickly and easily. That is the painter's secret. What army is this for? So, Fletcher Core, this is terrain that I am using for Warhammer Age of Sigmar Warcry. So, not for an army necessarily, but to play on using my Rotmire Creed and my Horns of Hashut warbands, as well as using it for 40k Kill Team. Which, speaking of which, I got my Horns of Hashut put on bases too. I guess I haven't shown those yet. Let's see. Let me pull them over real quick. Now, of course, they are not primed yet. They're just on their bases, and resin doesn't show up super great on camera, but I'll show you what I landed on for basing these guys, starting with the crummy low-tier guys who are just kind of standing on the ground, the Hashut Shatterers. These guys with their little hammers. It's a little desert environment. I've got like some rib bones sticking out of the ground, and then I got some little bits of columnar basalt coming out of the sand nearby. Kind of like a blasted, nasty desert look for the environment. I got 3 guys on those bases. And then I used elevation on the others to just bring the models up a little bit. You can take a look at some of our warrior bros. And they're standing on raised sections of columnar basalt. Oh shit, I need to finish that White Wolf. I'm sorry about that. I do too many things at once. I have them, White Wolf. They're actually over on the shelf. They're on the list of things that I'm trying to take with me to Adepticon. This came out pretty nice. Skeet surfers. Oh, Roland. I like the way you think. These bases should be easy to dry brush. They've got a good desert texture on them that you can't see very well before the prime job goes down. And most of my Ruinators are on variations of these 2 bases, as you can see. The Bullmen. And then I got the Ruinator with the little flamethrower standing across 2, and the Ruinator, I forget what this guy's called, not the Alpha. The Ruinator Alpha is the leader. And he got a slightly special base. I really like this model. All in all, they came out pretty nice, though. I'm going to be trying some new acrylic and oil combinations to get these guys done fairly quickly. And it is one horny boy. He has 1, 2, 3, 4 sets of horns on him. And he has a War Bident, which I called War Biden so many times that I have nicknamed this man Dark Brandon. That's just where we're at. I apologize for the political commentary. It's just, it was too perfect not to do. Fear the coming of Dark Brandon. You're damn right I did, Rhino. I beat you to that by days. The jokes write themselves. I don't want a war, but that sounds terrible to Square. Well, you know, I didn't write the data sheet. I still need to play as the Horns of Hashut some more to learn kind of how they roll, but I was getting a decent idea for how you're supposed to play the Rotmire Creed, at least. They definitely depend on synergy abilities to drop the toughness of their opponents, because they just don't have that high a strength of attack, for the most part. But if you can drop toughness, they can really lay into people. And you gotta use their blowgun. What's funny is their quad ability. Usually the quad ability is meant to be like something really powerful. I like their double ability more than anything else. And then their reaction is they just bleed on you and do damage, which is kind of hilarious. Disappointing lack of horns on Big Man's terrain. Really think he'd go anywhere not strewn with horns? Well, no, see, the place he comes from is strewn with horns. The places he's going to don't have enough horns. He's bringing the horns with him. He is a pilgrim in an unhorny land. But when he's done, trust me, it'll be horny. Hey, how you doing? How you doing, my feek? Good to see you, man. Oh, you didn't... you didn't like the blowguns, Hathrir? They became my favorite by the end of that game. Yeah, really, I kind of fell in love with the weakest troops, and then the bloated one. I wasn't really a fan of the carrion catchers, but the bloated one really did some damage when I got him under that bridge with all your other dudes. And locked up with the flamethrower guy. Then he started kind of pulling his weight. Oh, hold up. Didn't clean that well enough. A little kid barbarian that runs ahead of him, throwing horns down. Another running behind him, picking them up to hand off. Yeah, they're just... It's a cycle of horns, if you will. That makes perfect sense, and generates one of the most amusing mental images I've had in weeks, admittedly. Oh, Coral, how you doing, man? Dude, thank you so much for the resub. Blah, 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 30 months. One blah for every 10 months. I expect a blah, 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 blah in just under a year from now. And you better not disappoint. Oh, Coral, thank you so much for your support. Thank you so much for the resub. Thank you for being here, man. How was your Thanksgiving? This is like the boringest part of painting this terrain, but I also think it's what's going to really make it pop. And yeah, the next set that comes out, which by the way I ordered, Hathrir, it includes just more terrain of this theme. Different size of trees, different arrangements of platforms, but the same general idea of meat trees growing out of giant, like, dragon skeletons. It's a good way to get you to keep buying. You buy the core box for the Heart of Ghur, and then you just buy the follow-up supplementary boxes to expand on the set you've already got. I like it. And I do like that this terrain fits in well enough I can use it for both games. Like I said, it's hard to use Kill Team terrain in Warcry. It's real easy to use Warcry terrain in Kill Team, though. I'm going to explain why my Shadow Stalker warband has been out of stock on GW's site for so long. So check it again, because they just announced. They just announced that they're doing reprints of some of the older warbands. But one of the reasons, Dr. Rhino, is that a lot of the warbands are being updated to the to new boxes for the 2nd edition rules, because reactions didn't exist before, and now all the older warbands need to be readjusted to use their faction-specific reactions. And I believe that they're about to start doing reprints of some of the older ones with the newer materials in the box. I think it's a good change, though, because the reactions are actually really an engaging part of the game. You want to see my meat tree? I mean, you know me, Kursala. I'm not going to compliment something unless I really like it, but I genuinely like the theme of, like, the carnivorous forest. It's very cool. It's a unique fantasy concept that I quite enjoy. And the terrain pieces have some special rules associated with them, I noticed, which is pretty cool. Like, you'll notice this piece has a horn on top of it. Not just the horn on the skull, but there's like a horn that you can blow mounted on the top there. So this has a special rule in the game. On a deployment that uses reinforcements, like part of your warband starts off and comes in, if you can get to the top of the watchtower and spend an action point blowing the horn, you can bring your reinforcements on early, which is actually pretty cool. And it's just baked right in. And obviously, like, you could just use a third-party piece of terrain and do the same rule. I just think it's clever that they worked that in. Now, they're selling these terrain sets separately from the big boxes, White Wolf. I think they just announced this terrain set available by itself. I think it's called, like, the Gnarlwood, something base camp? I'm not sure. But this set is now being sold by itself, independent of the Heart of Ghur box. I've long said I have my complaints about GW, but I'm not gonna. If they release good products, I'm not gonna be stubborn about it. And the fact is, these are good products. I'm happy to own them, and I've enjoyed building them, and I've enjoyed painting them. Gnarlwood Watch Camp. Yeah, that's the thing. If you get the box, you get better value for it because it's that. And also, like, 2 teams, and the box also includes the core book for the game and the Rotten Ruin book. Like, they definitely want you to buy the big boxes, and they just make the rest of it available. I'll tell you, though, it's a nice set of terrain. It went together real easy, and it has a lot of good detail. And it is exceedingly easy to paint using simple techniques, which I have to compliment them on just how well the set went together. And the fact that they're going to support the terrain set for at least 3 more quarters for 3 expansions. So I know that by the end of it, I'm going to have quite a lot of this Gnarlwood terrain. That's nice. You know, Kursala, I'd be lying if I hadn't thought of that. There's no reason, particularly since I own some of this terrain, I would keep an eye out for some terrain pieces I might make that will also fit in with this set. Not gonna make anything identical to what they've already made, but I like it thematically enough that I will want to expand on it, and maybe make a couple of specifically sci-fi pieces that fit in with it too. Oh yeah, dude, Roland, he totally was. That's Benedict Wong. And he's a great actor, and also Marco Polo was a surprisingly good show, and I'm kind of pissed off that it got canceled. I really enjoyed that show. Oh? Well, I am very curious, Kursala. Painting more of these goddamn... Like, I'm saying that, like, I'm gonna get so much more of this terrain, and I'm thinking I'm gonna paint so many more of these little goddamn claws. Fuck! Oh well, it's kind of mindless. Terrain boxes for the low, low price of $500. It's always, I mean, you know... If you're buying styrene terrain boxes that are well made from a company like GW, they're gonna cost some money. I've never really ripped on GW that much for the pricing of their figures just because, like, the figures in terrain, they are expensive. They are expensive coming right from GW, and I like to provide things that are more affordable from my own lines. But for what you're paying, they make quality. I have never ever denied that. They make probably the best styrene models on the market. And at least their Warcry terrain really lives up to that reputation. It costs a premium, but I think that that premium is reflected in the product. Especially since the way this is designed, all these little side things, there are rope bridges that connect all these pieces together, so it's not just you know, the trees and the platforms, but, like, you can make little carnivorous tree Ewok villages. And I like that they included rules, too, so you can cut the rope bridges, because if you can get people on a rope bridge and then cut the bridge from one end, you can drop them for a huge amount of damage, which is just fucking funny. What about some declawed ones? Like, they go through and pluck the claws out? I feel like they would regrow since they're, you know, trees. I also feel like they would resist. I don't know. I wouldn't want to be the guy tasked with declawing the gnarlwood. Or the gnarl oak, whatever it's called. I tend to agree, Roland. It was really, really good. Indeed. Indeed, Dwegham. You know, terrain is my passion. It's hardly surprising that I'm going to have a lot of it. Should be a plant you can perform an action to kick it, to make it shoot a barb at an enemy, and then on one you impale yourself. I'm actually, that's one of the reasons I'm kind of psyched to get the further sets. Because with the way they're written about in the little lore manual that comes with the set, they're supposed to be, like, incredibly dangerous to even be around. So I'd imagine they're gonna do something like that. There are some really cool, like, some of the twists. I haven't even read all the twists that come in the box, but there's, like, a twist you can draw for a game of Warcry, and it's called, like, it's like Monster in the Darkness or something like that. And it's anytime anyone's model ends their turn, or rather, it's like at the end of a round, you select an enemy model that is more than 3 inches away from one of its friendly models, so like out on its own. And you roll a d6, and it's something like on a 5 or a 6, that model is killed. And you add to the roll if they're more than 6 inches away from everybody. So basically, everybody huddles together, and if anybody gets too far away, like a fucking lion comes out of nowhere and just eats them. You just have to play the whole game and try to do the objective, while periodically your men are being eaten if they get too far away from their compatriots. And that's just a random condition that you can draw as part of the scenario building. I like the card draw scenario building. Again, they did that in Rune Wars. It was one of my favorite things. I'll tell you what it makes it easy to do is run tournaments. Because as a tournament organizer for Warcry, I would love that system. I loved it for Rune Wars, because all you do is, me as the tournament organizer, I have one set of decks, and at the beginning of a round, I go 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, everybody, we are playing on this terrain setup. We are playing on this deployment setup, we are playing this victory condition, we are playing with this twist. Go. And you would wind up on at least in the Rune Wars tournament scene, you would wind up with people, it would become limited. Like, okay, for the tournament schedule, the draw will be from these various cards. It would limit it to like 4 cards from each one. So as you were practicing for tournaments for a season, you could practice the combinations of deployments and objectives that were available. Yeah, Dr. Rhino, there is at least one that involves like a weird team up. There's also rules to play up to 4 people on one board, which is also pretty neat that they bake that into the base rules. Your printer hates me, Xandershade. What did it do? What wrong, friend? I really feel like this just makes me feel that Games Workshop is not actually that bad at writing rules. It's just that they're stuck with these legacy game systems that they can't seem to manage. And I'm starting to feel like, I don't know, maybe I've grown past, as far as my personal tastes, maybe I've grown past the large-scale wargame in general. Maybe the skirmish wargame is just for me now. And I can enjoy these new game systems that GW is willing to put together, because they're not willing to make the changes to 40k that would make it playable for me, but they're clearly capable of writing rule systems that I enjoy. I still like 40k, like the setting I have for a long, long time, and if I can get my 40k out of a game system that I enjoy on a smaller scale, then that's what I'm going to do, you know? I'll tell you the one funny thing about Warcry is there aren't many, like, good guy warbands right now. I've noticed that. If you want to play Chaos, oh boy, they got you covered. There are so many different Chaos cults that have warbands, but there aren't that many, like Lumineth, I think, has one. I think there's one for, like, Stormcast, but they're mostly Chaos warbands. Shock 21, 27 months. Shock, dude. Thank you so much. Thank you for your resub. Thank you for your support. But as always, honestly, man, thank you. Mostly thank you just for being here to hang out with us today. This is such a big, relaxing part of my hobby at this point. I really enjoy getting to spend these evenings just working on projects and chatting with y'all. The new edition of it, Kaylee, is really good, and it's popular enough that I don't think they're going to scrap it. They tried Kill Team 2018, and it was... There have been 3 editions of quote-unquote new Kill Team. There was the first version they released in... Was it 2017, 2016? It was something like that. And it was basically just the rules for 40k, but stripped down to smaller team sizes, and it was terrible. It was bad. It was not a good game. I played it. It was kind of fucking miserable. You could bring, like, vehicles and crap, and it didn't work very well. They waited a while. They released a new edition of it in 2018. I bought that box, and it was okay. It was an improvement. It was at least its own game for the most part, but it still leaned heavily on being, like, 40k light. And then this most recent edition they released in 2021 was a complete redux. They changed the way that kill teams are built. They changed the way that the rules are balanced. They changed everything about the game, and it is vastly superior. When you first start looking at the rules, you might find yourself thinking that it doesn't have a lot of customization to it now. But that is somewhat true for the compendium kill teams, because they were stopgap measures. They were like, we don't have specialized kill teams for these factions, so we're just going to have general okay-ish team lists that make it possible to play them until we can get around to them. Those lists are often not as sexy, not as exciting. But the bespoke kill teams and some of the more advanced kill teams they've released, as they really, like, spend development time on them, are a lot of fun. Some of the compendium kill teams are fine. Some of them are less inspired, though. And once you get into the more advanced kill teams, there's actually a lot of customization available, and once you get into, like, the equipment lists... What's the Custodes kill team? So the new Custodes kill team is called Talons of the Emperor, and it actually encompasses the Custodes and the Sisters of Silence. It's better than the one, like, the 2018 Custodes kill team was just basically 3 models, just 3 Custodes, and it was actually pretty fucking boring. Yes, you can, Dr. Rhino. Yeah, the Talons of the Emperor kill team is pretty nice. For instance, for a while there wasn't a specialized Gene Stealer cult kill team. There was Tyranids, and within Tyranids you could run kill teams of what they called Brood Coven, which were okay, not terribly inspired, no real special rules. It was just like, you can play them. And then recently they released the Wormblade kill team. That is much, much more interesting. Lots of specialized Gene Stealer cultist rules like Cult Ambush, more interesting operatives that you can run, more interesting strategic and tactical ploys. Like, as the game goes on, they're fleshing the factions out more and more. Like, this latest box they released, the box before last introduced a new game mode called Into the Dark, or Gallo Dark. No, Gallo Dark is the terrain, but Into the Dark, which is a game mode that is designed for playing on interior structures like boarding actions or tunnel systems. And then, as part of that, they released a specialized kill team that are the Imperial Breachers, who are like boarding action fighters with axes and shotguns, and the Kroot Farstalker Kin Band, which can be built a couple of different ways, either for long-range combat or close-range combat. But like the Kroot didn't really have a kill team before that, and now they have their own special one, which is really nice. There were Traitor Space Marines, and then a few editions ago, they got the Legionaries kill team. You can still play the Traitor Space Marines list, but it's less interesting. The Legionaries is more focused and lets you take individual marks of chaos on each Chaos Marine that gives them their own flavor and their own attitude, and gives you a huge breadth of build options for how they work. And the fact that their kill team is only 6 models. That's the other thing that I have to say is really nice about Kill Team. It makes Space Marines feel like Space Marines. Like, a Death Guard kill team, a Primaris kill team, a Chaos Space Marine kill team, it's 6 models at most. If you're running Death Guard, you can run 3 Plague Marines and then like 7 Poxwalkers, or you can run 6 Plague Marines. But those 6 models are so fucking beefy. They might not be as good at like playing the objective as teams that have more models, but you're going to be losing fewer too. And when you talk like Horde Army, you're still only talking maybe 15 models. Like, some of the largest hordes in Kill Team are just 15 model teams, which is, you know, if you were playing a Horde Army in 40k, that would be 1 squad. But, you know, painting 6 Death Guard is not hard to do. So I haven't looked at the Dark Eldar specific team. They're still Compendium as far as I know, Okoril, so probably less exciting. But there's the team that Hethrir was playing, who, what are they called? The Void Scarred? They are Eldar Corsairs. They are a mixture of regular and Dark Eldar pirates. And they have a lot of really cool and interesting abilities. Their aesthetic is literally mixed Eldar and Dark Eldar. Like, their Psyker has like an Eldar look to him with his staff and everything, and then they've got dudes with like nasty little curved daggers and Dark Eldar helmets. They've got guys with splinter pistols and shuriken pistols. Hey, Lace and Paints! Welcome in. I had a fantastic Thanksgiving. Thank you so much for asking. It was a wonderful Friendsgiving. I hope yours was also good. They were interesting to play against, because I was just playing Death Guard. I was bringing a blunt instrument against the Void Scarred, and I think the great frustration was for poor Hethrir was disgustingly resilient. Because the icon bearer for the Death Guard, he has a bubble around him where once he activates, he makes it so that Disgustingly Resilient ignores wounds on a 5 or 6 and rerolls 1s and 2s. So he'd be like, oh, I do 20 damage. I'm like, let me roll 20 dice. So as I kept saying, I was like, let's see what Papa Nurgle has to say. And often, like, 12 damage would come out to be like 3. They'd just fucking ignore it. Like, I wasn't using that torso anyway. Oh, you did, Hethrir. We were both learning how to play our teams. I think that with in the next game, you're going to do much better with the Void Scarred. Even in the second game, you were using them better. You moved your Psyker up, and then you used his ability to swap places with and teleport forward the Assassin guy, and then the Assassin guy was able to charge my champion, like, right away. But a game of Age of Fantasy using 15mm armies you've been painting? Fuck yeah, Layson, I'm glad to hear it, man. I got in some good gameplay, too. Mostly skirmish game, would be 22 figures on the side, but 20 are minions who also respawn. Plays kind of like Dynasty Warriors. You know, Valendar, I mean, I'm always happy to pick up and try a new system. You know me. I got plenty of proxy models too. I'd love to take a look at it if you felt like pitching it my way. I used to play Frostgrave too, so I've got a lot of kind of generic fantasy/medieval dudes. Yeah, that's that's like their whole thing, Layson. They just refuse to die repeatedly. Which, from my perspective, was funny as shit. Oh, does this look infected to you? I'll say that I feel like Death Guard is a great kill team for the first time you play the game, because they are disgustingly resilient, and they're only 6 models. So when you're just trying to get a handle of like how the mechanics work, you don't have that many decisions to make. And I have to say, they implemented Overwatch into Kill Team in a way that I think is really cool. Hethrir, I don't think you got to use it even one time, so you're probably less excited about it than I am, but I got some good shots out of it. In Kill Team 2021, Overwatch works as if you finish activating all of your models before your opponent, so you've got models that have activated, and it passes to you, you can take a shoot action with one of your models at 1 worse ballistic skill. That's the whole rule. That's the whole rule. So running, like, Death Guard with 6 models against his, I think you had, like, what, 10, 12 models? I would get lots of Overwatch shots, because I'd finish, maybe 8. I don't remember exactly how many models you had. I want to say 8 or 10. But I would get several opportunities that way to just take pot shots with models that had already done their actions. Oh, and I noticed, by the way, and this is something you're absolutely going to love next time we play, Hethrir, there's an attachment, an equipment. Where did my ivory paint go? There it is. There is an equipment for AdMech that I can put on my Plasma Caliver or my Transuranic Arquebus that makes it so they don't suffer the negative to their ballistic skill on Overwatch shots. On a Transuranic Arquebus that hits on 2s, has a 5/7 damage profile, and Mortal Wounds 4. Yeah. Oh, that's a thing. Actually, I think its critical stat is less because it has Mortal Wounds 3 or 4. Either way, that's going to put some holes in some motherfuckers. All in all, that's a good example too. AdMech had its own compendium team, and then later they released the Hunter Clade team. And the Hunter Clade is so much more interesting than the old version of the AdMech team. I wish that you could use, in some cases, more of the range's models. Like, currently, there's no way for Space Marines to use Terminators. There's no way for Tau to use anything bigger than a stealth suit, which I think is smart. I wouldn't want to implement those things and bloat the game too much. But I'm thinking maybe what they'll do is sort of like Into the Dark is a new game mode that rebalances the game to play in an indoor environment. Maybe at some point they'll release, you know, like a game mode that lets you play with some more elite units. Because Terminators, at least, or Aggressors, or whatever the new Terminator equivalent is, I would like to see in the game. Or like one Crisis suit, you know? Yeah, the Pistol Duelist was a nasty son of a bitch. Oh, thank you, Delta Ice. I mean, you say that, Roland, but I can run a kill team of 10 Gene Stealer Pure Strains. So I don't think it's that much overkill. The other thing they've shown with Kill Team is that they're very willing to be adaptive with the balance. The way they've been doing it is they'll release the rules for the new Kill Teams with the box sets, and then they release a book. They've done one so far, the Kill Team Annual Book, that has all the collected data sheets from all the individual releases over the course of the year. So you can just wait and get the annual, and it has all the new rules in it. And they've also been releasing regular balance pass sheets that tweak that. That they'll be like, they'll pay attention to the tournament scores and be like, okay, you know, this kill team is underperforming, so we're just going to change it so you can have a few extra operatives, or we're going to remove this restriction on how many grenade launches you can run, or like they recently changed it so that you can only, when you're buying equipment for your kill team, you can only buy one piece of equipment with the indirect rule, because the fact is, grenades are really fucking good, and if you just spend all your equipment points on grenades, you can just bomb people right off the table, and it's stupid. So they're like, no, you buy one grenade. Just one. And it makes sense, because they're really pretty good. Hethrir knows the joy of the Blight Grenade. They don't necessarily do a lot of damage, but they hit a lot of people. And that is worth something. Plus the fact that they can hit concealed enemies. You can do that, Roland. That option is available to you. There are, as of now, if you want to play Guard and Kill Team, there are 3 different kill teams you can choose from. There's the Imperial Guard Kill Team. That was the Compendium team that they released first, and it's okay. The Scions in that are really good, and I'm going to be using those rules for my Scion Kill Team. There's the Veteran Guardsman Kill Team, which is the better kill team to choose if you want to play as regular Guardsmen. And that one has a lot more synergistic abilities and combo abilities, and it's a bit more thought out. And then there's the latest version, which is the Khazarkin Kill Team, that is coming out with the newest box, along with the new bespoke Necron Kill Team. Gaunt's Ghost would be a perfect kill team, Dr. Rhino. I'd be surprised if we don't see one. I would run the Gaunt's Ghost kill team, and the models I would get would be like Keophas Kane and Jurgen and Co. and the rest of the Valhallans, and just use Gaunt's rules. Ooh, the Last Chancers? That'd be a great idea. But I love that they can just repeatedly release all these teams, and they do it at a slow enough pace that they're able to balance them pretty decently. Again, the Compendium kill teams are the least sexy of all of them, but they're sort of placeholders until specialist teams can come out. Like the Sisters of Battle have the Sisters of Battle Novitiates team. That's their specialized team, and even the special models for it are really fucking nice. The Novitiates? Oh, or the Last Chancers. Have they reprinted the Last Chancers anytime recently? Yeah, they really do, Hethrir. I was just at the beginning of the stream, I was showing off my Kroot that I built. Oh wait, you caught part of that. almost done with this fucking tree, and I just have one more to go. Miss anything obvious? Doesn't seem like. Palatine Enforcers? I don't think the Palatine Enforcers have a kill team. The Elucidian Star Striders do, which I was thinking about finding a set of those. Did I miss a claw? You're just fucking with me. Oh no, I actually did. I don't know that you actually saw it. I think you were just fucking with me, but you were accidentally correct. Yeah, I'm hoping for some more interesting, like, orc teams. But, again, the game is doing very well. People are buying the boxes. It's got a tournament scene. I would expect to see support for it for a good long while. It's quickly becoming a very popular product from GW. And that's what gets them to support things, ultimately. Alright. One more tree. It would be nice if the Grey Knights got a proper release. They seem well suited to Kill Team, and they haven't had a release in, like, over a year now. I'd definitely like to see a proper Dark Eldar team, some kind of Kabbalite, you know, warrior torture coven or something. That'd be cool. I'd buy into that. But, you know, like I said, they're working their way through the backlog. Necrons just got their own team. Well, they had a team, but they got, you know, their bespoke team. Sexy team. Well, because that's what I played over Thanksgiving, Layson. We played Warcry and Kill Team. I'm also going into Warcry quite a bit. I just pre-ordered their new box. I'm painting their Rotmire Creed and Horns of Hashut, and I'm going to be painting their Seraphon Primitive Skinks. Well, like I said, the terrain sets for Warcry are nice in that you can easily use them both for Warcry and Kill Team. And I dig the Carnivorous Tree Gnarl Oak set. It's very thematic and cool. I appreciate that they're not just clones of each other, too. They're genuinely unique and interesting games. New Space Marine chapter, the White Claws. They have a 3 scratch logo, and their battle cry is, "Hell yeah, brother!" What's their alcohol content? Now I need a chapter whose acronym is somehow PBR. Seen the remodel of the Wraith mech for Battletech. Opinion that the Wraith looked like a giant bug with 2 hind legs. Yeah, the Wraith has always kind of come out that way. Low, but with enough of them, they'll fuck you up. You're welcome. The Probus Battle Rangers. Good old PBR. The trees have stubber guns or auto guns? Just branches with guns growing out of them, right? Yeah, I'd buy that. You know what? I'm not even kidding. You could do something like that with trees like this and call it like an Iron Warriors Demon World. I'd buy that. That their trees grow guns. You know, 40K has death worlds, and those are the kind of places I would expect to see shit like this growing. Pabst Battle Ragers. Oh, they come from the guys that tried to clip the, yeah, like just skeletons up in them with guns. Little sinews that grow into the skeletons and make them randomly shoot until they're out of ammunition. I think we're onto something here. It's hard to get a good grip on this one. Yeah, we'll do that. In canon, they'd be like, yep, okay, classify that as a death world, move on. That's not even the strangest thing we've seen this week. I mean, shit, in Gaunt's Ghosts, they come from a planet, a perfectly normal Imperial planet that everyone regards as nearly a paradise and kind of a backwater, where the trees just kind of move all the time. Where you get lost and die in the forest constantly because the trees are moving all day long every day. It's really not that out of the ordinary. Yeah, the trees don't move at all. We just have a high psilocybin content in the atmosphere. Yeah, all right, Vergaderong, you go ahead and do that, man. Hopefully, we'll see you again when you get to work. Oh god, there's so many of these little fucking things. It's just ridiculous. This is the most time-consuming step, because after this I'm just washing them with smoke, and then I'm going to give them a dry brush, and they're done. He's alright, Roland. He's had some things going on personally that he's dealing with, but I've been talking to him. He just hasn't been, he hasn't really been up for public communications. I'm sure you'll hear from him soon. It seems to be getting there, at least. Just every now and then, life pops some surprises on you, you know? Well, it's definitely some shit, White Wolf. But like I said, he just hasn't been really wanting to talk about it with people. But he's getting through it, and I'm sure people will hear from him pretty soon. Like this week, I would expect to hear from him again. Just life. But yeah, I've been in contact with him. Sometimes you need to take a break. Ooh, have fun, Layson. I've been enjoying Darktide myself. It's a good time. Played a few times with Rhino. It's a very enjoyable game. I anticipate we'll see some more Darktide once the official release hits. And any last balance changes get made. Yeah, I know things have been kind of chaotic for you, Roland. I'm fucking sorry to hear that, man, but I hope things are going well. Oh. The bolt gun and Chain Axe rock me to sleep at night. Oh, you've been playing more than I have, Rhino. I'm way behind. I'm actually doing good. Thank you. I appreciate that, Rhino. Good news is you can always start over with another class and just be robbed of all your progress. Oh, Derpy is all hell, Roland. Yeah, no, Gwynny is a derp master, as it were. Did they announce there's no wipe? That's good. Last I read, they were still considering it. I hope that they make unlocks account-wide, because the notion of unlocking fresh equipment for every class seems miserable to me. How many more branches to go? 1, 2, 3, 4, basically? Okay, we're getting there. Oh, this is an awkward one to hold. Doodly doo, doodly doo, doodly doodly doo. So what I need to figure out is like the best way to Tetris this shit together to pack it, because I would like to bring it with me to Adepticon. I'll have to figure that out. It must be doable, maybe with some clever use of foam. If this were anything but styrene, I wouldn't want to. Like, if this were resin, it would absolutely break. But styrene's pretty strong, as long as you're not stupid. Damn, Roland. Yeah, 4 months ain't bad, at least. I mean, it sucks to be in that situation no matter how much you got to go with, but 4 months is ideally enough. And I hope that that security clearance can get expedited so you can start on that. That's a better deal altogether. It is difficult to reach these particular branches. They're way out on their own. There we go. You know, I feel you on that one, Roland. I think a lot of people's plans for 2023 have been pretty direly impacted right now, and it doesn't make it any easier to know that a lot of people are going through it necessarily, but hopefully it brings some small comfort to know that, you know, samesies, bro. Not exactly. Even with things coming through for me, I've had some setbacks for the next year that I'm going to have to kind of work with. Give with one hand and take with the other. Yarrick, I hope he's dead, honestly. Like, at this point, just let the poor bastard be dead. And I want that to drive Gazgul Thraka into some kind of just, like, blood rage. Like Aemir style. Like, you wanted him dead, sure, but he wanted to be the one to kill him, damn it. Right? Yeah, a couple billion would go over real fucking well right now, Roland. Tell you what. You know, if you're feeling depressed and you want to feel more depressed, just know that Kanye West will never have to work another day in his life. Yeah, not a subject I particularly want to get into, Voxel Forge, but yeah, that's been some interesting news. No, no, my feet. Commissar Kane will live forever. Oh, that reminds me. There's a bunch of For All Mankind that I haven't seen. The Season 3 started a while ago, didn't it? I haven't been watching it. I wanted to wait, and then I forgot about it. Is Season 3 any good? Season 2 was starting to jump the shark. There were a few developments at the end of Season 2 that were like, this show isn't as good as it was. There's some cool things, but there was, let's say, a particular decision made by a particular character that seemed custom chosen specifically to generate drama despite being wildly against all good sense and that character's established personality. Let's just say that. I think you probably know what I'm talking about, without spoiling anything for those of us who haven't seen For All Mankind. God damn, there's no end to these fucking things. Tobean, thank you so much. Yeah, that's it, Rhino. They announced they're working on that, didn't they, Mafik? I'm also excited for that. I have to imagine they're going to bring him back. I imagine that, like, the opening cutscene will be him getting converted to Primaris, because all that happened since. Or they'll do like a Quake 4 style cutscene where you get converted into a Primaris Marine from first person. They like saw your wang off and replace it with a bolter. Now I can shoot things just by humping them. I said, hot shot. There's a big difference. There's a big difference between that and what you were doing in Darktide, Rhino. Don't try to excuse it. They may be Nurgle cultists. That doesn't mean we can just go shooting them in the dick. You don't know that, Mafik. You don't know that. Oh my god, Callisto Protocol comes out soon, doesn't it? What is it, next month? Can anybody tell me the release date for Callisto Protocol? It's soon. It is, the new game from the original Dead Space developers. December 6th? Yes, very soon indeed. Okay, that I'm gonna stream. That I'm gonna stream. I know that I'm on road to Adepticon prep mode right now, but if you guys are into it, I will stream me playing that game. Dead Space. Well, I mean, we streamed here Dead Space 1, 2, and 3, and the DLC, so it just feels like, for completion's sake, I need to do Callisto Protocol as well. Now, can anyone let me know? It is... Because, so, I'm an old man now, and I have adapted a policy of just not getting hyped for basically anything. So I don't watch trailers, I don't pay attention to marketing campaigns, I pay enough attention to get the details to know that, like, I am interested in this thing. And then I ignore it until it comes out. Which is why I've been ignoring Callisto Protocol until now, and then just the other day I saw, like, oh, it comes out soon. So can anyone tell me, is Callisto Protocol single-player only? Does it have a co-op element? I'm gonna imagine single-player only. And I'm fine with that, I'm just wondering. Because I genuinely don't know. Co-op is so hot these days. Oh, yes, Dr. Rhino. In fact, let's if you're down to jump on a call tomorrow, we can nail down some details for that. No, poor Gene Stealer's getting, like, farmed like food. That makes me depressed. Ugh, I'm getting sloppy. Han Cholo. That's good. That's good. I like that. How you doing, man? Welcome in. How's Chewie? Oh, that's fucking terrible, and I love it. Oh, I'm so close. I'm so close. Now the other side of this branch, and then just one more branch to go. I meant to take a bathroom break like an hour ago and I just didn't do it. Just gonna get this step done and then I can go do that. This step, and then I'll do the Vallejo smoke, and then I'm allowed to take a short break. I will. I will, White Wolf. I'll do it. I'll drink some water. I'm gonna do a stretch break, I promise. I know that you started to use a light booth, Roland. What happened with it? Catching my glove on the damn trees. Oh! Jesus Christ, really? On like an LED? That's insane. I hope that you get your fucking money back for that, because that's just straight defective, man. That's crazy. If it started a fire, like, shit, you should get a settlement for that. That's insane. Hopefully there was no further damage than just the light booth itself. Amazon reimbursed. I mean, that's something, but still, damn. Was it just like a cheap Chinese one? Even so, though, I've bought more than my share of cheap Chinese LEDs, and none have started a fire, though now you're making me nervous. Like thinking about all the various power supplies I have, wondering how much time I've got. Oh, I'm so close. Alright, one more branch. I mean, you know, one branch, two fronds. There's actually some little, like, sprue gates I failed to remove from these that I'm only noticing now, and I'm just... only I will ever notice them. I'm letting it go. Thought I was pretty good about removing all those, but I did miss at least two. Come on. So excited to do this a bunch more times on all the follow-up terrain sets I get that go with this one. That's going to be awesome. I'm not going to complain about it at all. Oh, this one's a pain in the ass to reach. Yeah, C920's having some issues. I keep noticing little flashes on my face cam. Been using the C920 steady for a couple of years now. It might be giving out. Might be time for a new face cam. I could just go to no face cam. I'm sure y'all would complain so much about that, not having to see my mug. Alright, other side. And that's all of them for the big trees. Hey, Shiny Mew, how you doing, man? Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. See that one right there? There's a sprue gate right there. If I put my brush behind it, you'll be able to see it. See it? I missed that. Five minis on the way from Etsy that your wife bought you. Nice! Oh, I spied your entry to the storm report already, Shiny Mew, that first one. And I'm just gonna say that the surface fuzz that you got on the thickling, that is too much moisture during priming. Wherever you were doing your priming, there was too much moisture in the air and it got into the primer and it caused the surface to fuzz up like that. We've all done it at least once. It's something that is an easy enough thing to fix for future prime jobs. Oh, you did that intentionally. Okay, never mind. Ignore me then. That is something that a lot of people do by accident. I had no idea. In that case, carry on. Oh, I see. Okay. I can dig the creativity. Oh god, so close. Do one more pass on these. Second coat, and then I'm going to take a short break, folks. Because that's all the tree claws for the big pieces of terrain for now. And I'm going to come back, and I'm going to give them a coating of Vallejo smoke, and I'm going to start touching up the ones on the smoke that we already did. Give it a little light dry brush, and then those will be done, and the only step left is going to be a little bit of speed paint for the ties on the bamboo and a couple of dry brush jobs on some of the dragon horns. And then this terrain set is going to be all done. We're not that close yet, Valandar. We got time. We got time. Folks, give me a few minutes. I'm going to get up. I'm going to stretch my legs, get a little bit something more to drink, probably grab a little snack, and I will be back. Folks, don't go anywhere, or do. You know, it's not, it's honestly not my place to tell you what to do. But I'd love to see you when I get back. Where were we? I know what I was doing. So let's do some more of it. A little bit of water. There we go. I do love Vallejo smoke. I haven't used it in a while because I've been doing most of the oil. I kind of forgot how much I like it. It's a remarkably versatile, transparent paint, though. It's kind of like a greasy brown. This part's easy because I can be much, much sloppier. Bloop, 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 bloop. Oh, so I watched Black Adam finally. Because it was finally available on streaming. Gonna head out, enjoy your night, be kind to each other. Kaylee, I appreciate that. Have a fantastic evening. Thanks for hanging out with us tonight. It's a bad movie. I also thoroughly enjoyed watching it. I'm really kind of torn. Like, anytime that it tried to slow down and have dialogue, it was, like, so frantic and weirdly paced that I was like, like it hurt me to watch. And then it would get back to what it wanted to do, which was be a 2-hour-long action scene, and it was a lot of fun. Overall, writing-wise, it definitely has problems. I feel like it was one of those movies that had to have been, like, just cut to shit in the editing room. Or have major producer interference, because there were, like, 3 or 4 plots in it that, if they had focused on, could have been genuinely really interesting. But none of them were really given the time they needed to develop, and as a result, it's kind of just a 2-hour-long action scene. Also, Pierce Brosnan as Dr. Fate was probably the best thing in the movie. Like, he's wonderful. Give that man a whole movie, please. I'd watch that. But the action scenes were great. And that's pretty much all the movie was. So like I said, it's a terrible movie. And it's also very enjoyable if you go in with the right expectations. I'd watch it again. I probably will watch it again, because I like the character of Black Adam. And I think Dwayne Johnson likes him too. I think that shows. Welcome back for Gotta Run. Also, shockingly violent for a PG-13 movie. He killed like 30 people. Just straight up murdering fools. Shooting lightning bolts through their chest and cooking them down to a skeleton or hurling them through a brick wall, like, constantly. That's a mighty fine wood you got there, sir. Mm-hmm. Wouldn't mind getting my hands around some of them more branches. Mm-hmm. How you doing, Walter's Workshop? It's good to see you, man. Welcome in. How you been lately? I liked Cyclone and Atom Smasher. I wish they had more to do in the movie, but as far as just like the special effects of how their powers worked, I thought they were great. Particularly Cyclone. Her powers were shown in a really cool way, but there wasn't really much reason for her to be in the film. Hawkman and Dr. Fate were kind of the stars of the movie, but like, I wish that there had been a Justice Society of America movie first to explain, like, what? Why is there a Justice Society exactly? Like, I know, but I can only imagine someone who isn't already familiar with those characters would be very confused. Join my last night of peace for 2 weeks. This next weekend is the World Axe Knife Throwing Championships. Who isn't excited about that? You know, I think all of our calendars are marked for that. So I'm flying out to work. Thank God flying. Thank God not flaying out to work next weekend. I was concerned for a moment. Yeah, there's legitimately one scene in Black Adam that, like, it hurts me that it wasn't the main plot. But the Justice Society shows up because Black Adam's just, like, murdering people. Specifically murdering Intergang, who was also in the movie, but not really explained. He's just murdering fools, and, you know, because they've, like, taken over Kahndaq, and the Justice Society shows up, and they, like, rescue this Intergang thug, and they're like, you're not allowed to kill people, killing people's bad, and, like, the people of Kahndaq are like, no, dude, let that guy die, these dudes are assholes who oppress us. This dude's a big murdering psychopath, but he's like our murdering psychopath who seems to care about us, so why don't you guys fuck off? Because the Justice Society hasn't seemed to give a crap about the fact that we've been oppressed for the last, like, 30 years. And Hawkman is like, I don't know what to say to that. And I'm like, oh, this is an interesting plot. This is genuinely something that I want to see, you know? Oh, you crappy superheroes don't give a rat's ass about us, it's inconvenient to save us from real problems. You're over there, you know, fighting in the West. Suddenly we get a superhero who's not the kind of superhero you like, and then you show up to assert your will like that's bullshit. You know, Justice Society and superhero interventionism, like, this is a genuinely interesting plot. And it just gets dropped. They just, like, never mention it again. Oh, fuck. That could have been fun. It's still an entertaining movie. I think it's still worth seeing if you want to see the action scenes of it, because that's pretty much the meat of the movie. But the writing really could have used a lot of help. And Black Adam's version of Freddy, the little, like, the kid sidekick, is awful. Only want to see Black Adam because of Dr. Fate. Yeah, and Pierce Brosnan as Dr. Fate is fucking fantastic, Walter's Workshop. If you're in the movie for Dr. Fate, I think you'll be pleased. They don't necessarily, like, they don't really delve into the whole Naboo and Lords of Order thing terribly much. But Pierce Brosnan in the role is great, and I was left wishing that we would get, like, he should have his own movie just as Dr. Fate. That would be fucking amazing. Also, Hawkman is really quite likable in the movie. But again, there's, like, no explanation for him in the film. It's just like, I'm Hawkman. I have wings and something about nth metal. And they're like, okay, sure. There's no explanation. There's no origin. He's just there. Alright. Like, I get it because I'm a fan of the character, but I can only imagine a lot of people are confused by this. Yes. Yeah, the mid-credit scene. Is it... I don't see how it can be a spoiler when they announced it, like, in interviews before the movie came out, folks. Henry Cavill is in the movie as Superman. Which is kind of cool, kind of exciting. I wouldn't mind seeing him come back without Zack Snyder. Like I said, I would consider that a spoiler, but they literally talked about it in the marketing interviews before the movie, so it's not really. Like, there were headlines about it before the movie came out. Also, I'd imagine most people just don't care that much. Need a little bit more Vallejo smoke. Yeah, and that also... that left me really confused as to the continuity of the DC movie universe at the moment, because wasn't Amanda Waller, like, ousted at the end of Peacemaker? Like, that... What continuity are we working with here? It's entirely unclear to me. See, I have no problem with that, Valendar, but if they're gonna do that, then they should stop having canon scenes of her losing her position. Because that's kind of happened like twice, and they've just chosen to ignore it twice. Yeah, but in the comics, Valendar, they'll usually then have a storyline that involves her getting back into power. She won't just suddenly be there again. And it'll be a significant event, not just some random throwaway line. Generally. It probably doesn't matter that much, because so far the continuity of the DC movie universe is just nonsense anyway. But it would be nice if they would decide on something instead of resetting it every single movie. There's no DC movie universe anymore. I mean, it doesn't really seem like there is, no. It's just kind of, you know, whatever. And the fact that they're setting up Black Adam to fight Superman and not Shazam, which is weird to me. Now, I realize that in the comics at this point, Black Adam and Shazam are more often like frenemies than they are actually rivals or antagonists towards one another. It just seems odd to sort of skip that entirely, since they have literally the exact same power set, all the way to the point where Black Adam is yelling Shazam during the movie. I also feel like, for the plot that they had in the movie, it should have been 2 movies. Black Adam, absolutely, that plot should have been 2 separate films. Well, yeah, they're magic. And Superman gets messed up by magic. As I recall, in the animated movie, it had to be Superman and Shazam fighting together to take out Black Adam. Yeah, I know, right, Walter's Workshop? It's like if you cut the plot in half, you could have had 2 pretty good movies. Instead, you have one movie that just rushes through everything. Because it really just wanted to be one 2-hour-long action sequence, and that's more or less what it turns into. But just as far as, like, visualizing Hawkman and Dr. Fate, like, I'm totally on board. And as I said, Cyclone and Atom Smasher both looked cool. They didn't really have much to do, but when they were doing things, they looked awesome doing it. And I appreciate that Black Adam does just straight kill people, like, all the time. So I think I would say that it's not really what I was hoping for, but I've seen worse DC movies. It was no The Suicide Squad. But it was a hell of a lot better than Suicide Squad. Oh, I absolutely agree. I think 3 movies, Valendar. I would have done a movie that was like Teth Adam in the past of Kandak. And then end that movie with his transition into the modern day. And then do a JSA movie. And then do another movie where the JSA comes up against Black Adam and another villain whose name I won't say because it's kind of a spoiler. But it is a villain that deserved to be built up more. Well, no, because if I say it, then I'll be struck by a beam of fire and possessed by the spirit of the demons of hell. The second villain was the writer. It had a bunch of writers, which is kind of what makes me think that it got like destroyed in production. Oh, you better move, White Wolf. We're just about there. Oh, thank you for the reminder. My feet, you catch me slouching. Something fierce. The reason the good Wonder Woman movie was during World War I instead of II is because they didn't want... Yeah, I noticed that too, Valendar. It was one of those where if they had said it during World War II... Like, the comparisons with Captain America were already gonna happen. But yeah, if they had said it during World War II and had her fight Nazis, like... It would have been too much. And I appreciate that you say the good Wonder Woman movie, because there is only one. The second one was a fucking nightmare. Oh my god, that movie was awful. Ugh. I'm remembering it now and, like, cringing in retrospect. Alright. Not totally done applying the smoke yet, but before we start the storm report, I want to box this up. I want to do a quick dry brush on the one that has already dried so that we can see how the final product is going to look. I know, man. Pedro Pascal, he is... There are whole movies I enjoy just because of his raw performance in them, and that one is just... It's embarrassing. It's oof. I experience thorough secondhand embarrassment on his behalf. I mean, I'm sure he doesn't care, because he's in a lot of good movies, and I'm sure he got paid lots of money for it, but still, good lord. But he could be better. That's the thing, like, even his performance was fine. There's really nothing wrong with it. It was the rest of the movie that really didn't live up to anything that he was bringing to the table. And then they give all their dialogue to a woman who still doesn't really speak English all that well. And what the hell did they do to Cheetah? What the fuck was that? I still don't fully understand. She wanted to be an apex predator, so she turned into a cheetah? Like, what the fuck? And let's not even get into the part where it was like the movie where Wonder Woman rapes some dude. That's what it should have been called. Did you not see it, Walter's Workshop? That is pretty much what happens. That's the love story of the movie. So they find a magic wish-granting stone that is the MacGuffin for the film. And Diana wishes for Steve Trevor to come back. And he does, but for some reason it's his spirit in the body of some random guy that he just inhabits. Not a dead guy, not like a corpse. And it didn't even need to be someone else's body because that's not an established rule of the wishing stone. It makes matter out of nothing all the time. But for whatever reason, in that case, he comes back in the body of somebody else. And then they have a little relationship, and they go around and they have sex. It's not even like another actor playing him, because the other actor's in the movie for like 5 seconds, and then he looks like Chris Pine again. And then at the end of the movie, she makes a wish to release him because it's wrong for people to have wishes, I guess, was the plot. I'm not really sure. And Steve Trevor leaves the body, and the other dude is just back in his body, kind of confused about what's been going on. It's really uncomfortable. And as soon as I got done with it, I was thinking, like, yeah, imagine a plot line where, say, Lois Lane dies and Superman wishes for her to come back, and she comes back in the body of another woman, and then there's a scene of Superman having sex with that woman. Like, you see why that's fucking problematic? It was so tone deaf, it was appalling. It's a really bad movie. And I don't think that the writers were, like, condoning sexual assault. I think that they just are dumb and didn't realize what the hell they were doing. At all. It's not a case of malice, it's just stupidity. But again, the bizarre thing is that there's no established need for him to be in the body of another man. Some other guy wishes to have nuclear missiles, and apparently the support personnel needed to operate them just kind of appear. Like, it can make people. It does it. Yeah, you would think that Steve would be a little bit more upset about it, but neither of them seem to give a shit about the man whose body he stole. Oh, and as my wife has noted from the other room, it should also be noted that Steve also endangers and beats the crap out of that body in a series of action scenes, which is equally unfair. Alright. So that's about how I'm thinking the claws are gonna look. How do we, what do we think? How do we feel about that? For our meat-eating claw trees. Yeah, I don't know either, Leaf. It's so obviously a bad idea, and yet... It's a nice, simple, easy process. Well, no terrain needs to look good, Leaf, but, you know, we want it to anyway. So with that getting done on the other ones, the only thing I have to do is, you see there are a series of, like, ropes tying all the bamboo together. I want to go over those and make them like a blue-black, like a cool black color. And that will be the last step. No, and I do need to also do a tad bit more dry brushing on these dark horns that are just base-coated, but this is really most of the work was going over and painting each of these individual stupid fucking claws. Oof. I like a good-looking table, Leaf. I do. You missed me ranting about Kill Team for like 2 hours. You would have lost interest in the midtones, but you'll paint Gazgul Thraka for like a month straight. By our powers combined, we could have good-looking models on a good-looking table. And wouldn't that be something? Scud, how you doing, man? How the crab's doing? Ooh, that's a weird thing to ask somebody out of context. Alright. Got most of the way through this process today. The only thing I haven't done the smoke on is this tree. Well, let's see, like, you know, where it started and where it ends up. You can see it's definitely worth doing the process. Putting on the smoke and doing the quick dry brush goes a long way towards making these claws look a bit more natural. You see? You see what I mean? Yeah, who does that, Walter? It's been so much more than a month. You're out of your mind. Okay. Let me move a couple of things here and we'll go ahead and roll right on over into the storm report. Oh, I should note that it's not just the big trees, by the way. Have you guys... I don't know if I've shown you the... these are the ground level connectors for the rope bridges. But it also comes with a series of barricades. Which, these ones I haven't done the red on yet, but like broken rib cage. Let me see. There's the bamboo wall with the skeleton tied to it. And then 2 that are like broken Seraphon ruins that I did up in this sort of like jade color. I decided to just go with one color for all the stone, but I think it looks pretty good. And again, just dry brushing. It was really easy to do. I need to come over and do the same treatment on the claws on these trees, but there are far fewer of them, and I figured I'd leave that for the last step. It came out nice, didn't it, Leaf? I was pretty happy with it. This is, it was base-coated in a dark brown, and then dry brushed up with Pro Acryl Jade, followed by, my personal favorite Vallejo Game Color Ghost Gray. Where there's that little L-shaped one, and then there's these, like, fallen jade blocks. I thought it would contrast well with the sort of pinkish reds that I did for the rest of it. And here's the Primaris Marine we built tonight. Oh my god, so much work. Yeah, I think that this is... Having the dark browns in there really makes the jade kind of pop out more. In the deep spots. It makes the whole thing kind of more rich. All in all, I'm really actually quite happy with how this terrain set has come out so far. And looking forward to getting it done. And then getting the next box set for Warcry, and then painting a bunch more of these goddamn trees. I'm so put upon. Really, though, it's a lot of trees. Alright, this goes over here. This can go back here. This should go here, and this will be the furthest out, and that pretty much puts it out of the way. It's actually a really cool set, despite me acting like I don't care about terrain. I was, most of the other terrain sets for Warcry haven't really interested me, but this is, like, unique and actually interesting, creative, visually distinct, like, yeah. I spent Thanksgiving playing Warcry and Kill Team Leaf, and I can highly recommend both games. The current version of Kill Team is fan-fucking-tastic. And Warcry is a lot of fun with some really excellent like resource management and initiative systems that are very engaging. I think it's the best thing I can say about both games, given the track record of Games Workshop, is that they're both very engaging. Paint it up. Paint it up, Vergaderung, and we'll fucking have to get together and go into the dark. Play some night crawlers, you know what I mean? Walter knows what I'm talking about. Alright, I'm going to move my horns of Hashut because they're very pointy, and if I swing my arm over in their direction, I'm going to impale myself on their bullhorns. I know you are. I know you are, Walter, but next time we're using blankets. They can be the dirt. Oh. Oh. Yeah, no, it's like our first game of Kill Team we got through, I don't know if Hethra is still in chat. I didn't time it, but it couldn't have been more than like an hour, 20 minutes. And that was the first time we played, and we were consulting the book, like, wait, what does concealed mean? What does this mean? And then the second game was just like, bam, 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 bam. We were through it. It was like an hour at most. And it was like fun and interesting, and we managed to craft our own little like narrative for what was going on as we played it. Like, it was great. Yeah, Custodia, but that's like their thing, to be fair. I think the worst time you're gonna have is trying to take hit points off of Plague Marines because of disgustingly resilient. Because that's like their whole thing, is they just ignore wounds. But at the same time, your whole kill team for a force like that is like 6 models. So it doesn't necessarily... And here's the good part about Kill Team that I noticed, because Hethrir, with the way we were playing and looking at the rules again, what I really noticed is, if you're focusing on just killing models, you're not necessarily winning the game. And just having models that won't die won't win you the game, because it's an objective-based game. And if you are using your attack ops well and you're playing to the objectives, it won't just be about knocking off models. Not that slow, leaf painting. I found that Plague Marines are kind of average speed for the most part, and if you get a Plague Bell, you can give them a nice, like, really nasty charge, kind of in the middle of the game, because the Plague Bell, he rings it, and then everybody within a radius adds to their movement so they can move forward quite a lot. It's true, Vergaderung. Yeah, losing all your models is not actually a lose condition, necessarily. Alright. It is about time for the storm report, so why don't we get it started?
Alright, locusts and gentlemechs, get ready to feast your eyes on glowed paint and wet palates with the occasional culinary atrocity thrown in on tonight's storm report, brought to you by viewers like you.
Oh, let me fix that. There we go. Yeah, the Plague Bell and the Icon Bearer. Having played now the Death Guard a couple of times, I would say those are 2 models you absolutely want, Leaf. Icon Bearer and Plague Bell are super fucking useful. The Icon Bearer will generate a bubble around him that increases the effectiveness of Disgustingly Resilient. It kind of ties you to a particular area of the board, but it also makes those particular models just so hard to shift. It's absolutely crazy. That's why I play orcs that do whatever the fuck they want. That is kind of your style, Shiny Mew. It is kind of your style. I can dig it. I can respect that. Alright, let's go to the bottom here and let's get started, shall we? Up first we have the Thickling from Shiny Mew Paints, who... Now, the sandy effect is on purpose. Because she's at the beach and it was intended to look like she fell in the sand and hasn't wiped it off yet, which I guess explains why it's mostly on the front. It comes across at a glance, and I think it's partially because of the lighting, because it's very harshly lit from the front. It looks like with the flash from a camera. I'll tell you what I tell everybody, Shiny Mew, which is that taking pictures of models is as hard, if not harder, than painting them in the first place. Oh, God. Excuse me, how rude of me. Let me drink some water. But knowing that was something you were trying to do, an effect that you were trying to achieve, and not... Yeah, Leaf can attest to that. And not a mistake of humidity in priming? Okay. Your brush control is definitely continuing to clean up. I like the texture effect that you did on the base. All in all, holy damn, what a model, Shiny Mew. Yowza. I like the colors you chose, though. Is that like a green creamsicle or green popsicle? I don't know how I feel about that. That better be fruit flavored, or I am deeply upset. Very nicely done. Up next, we got a bit of business here from Shock 21. Imperial troops have entered the base. Since I've got all my Imperial troops painted for now, here's a group shot on my gaming/model railroad table in the basement with a little terrain to set the scene. Model railroad? Model railroad? Why'd you even have to say that, Scud? That's awful. What a nerd. Oh my god, am I right? Watermelon, actually. You know what? Okay, that's fine. When I think watermelon, I think like a soft pink flavor, but for some reason some companies do think that they need to like watermelon flavored should be green. It always throws me off. I don't fully understand it, but yeah, that's a good flavor. I'm gonna sneeze. Excuse me. Ooh yeah. Enhance. Yeah, sour apple would be what I would think of. It was fruit flavored, and now it's sand flavored. Watermelon flesh, like watermelon rind, is green, Roland. Watermelon flesh is red. Do you eat the green part of the watermelon? Are you a horse? Good God, man. Oh, I see Boba Fett in there. I see General Veers. I see some Stormies. I see a couple of squads of scout troopers on bikes. Looks like you got both the starter set and the box set. So you got the 4 different poses, which is something that I was kind of anal retentive about back when I was playing. We got some... Oh, not scout troopers. These are shore troopers back here, complete with the mortar. We got Vader stuck in there. And there's that ATST you've been working on. Oh, no. Oh, Shock. I hate to be the guy. I hate to be the guy who has to tell you that you mounted the blasters on the ATST upside down. It's something that a lot of people have done. They are. It's okay. It doesn't really matter. It just makes them stick out a little bit more than they normally would. The very fact that you can kind of indicates that it's not really a big deal. Good looking ATST overall, though. I dig the basing. Did you permanently attach the ATST mortar, I wonder? I mean, I wouldn't. I wouldn't leave painting. People might in chat because they're contrarians, but I personally would not. I guess it's kind of an interesting thing, combining your gaming and model railroading into the same table. There's a lot of that goes on at the place that hosts BattleTech games near me. They've got like model railroads in the basement, and they also double as gaming tables. But like model railroad, what size would a model railroad be if it were at 20mm scale? Because they're usually at like Z scale, aren't they? If I'm being honest, I don't know that much about the model railroad hobby. I assumed that they were pretty much all at the same scale. But the tracks I'm looking at... Yeah, exactly, Z scale. That's why I use a lot of model railroad stuff for like BattleTech business. But these tracks look larger than that. Something to dig into? God, no. No. I don't need another hobby Mew. Please, no. Neither my wallet nor my hobby spaces could possibly take it. That would be absolute disaster. Different scales? Okay. What is HO or N scale? What would that be in a millimeter scale, White Wolf? But what I'm getting at is if they do have model railroads in close enough to 25 or 28 millimeter scale, it could be kind of cool to like put a train on the board and have it running around while you play. Probably more trouble than it's worth, but I like the idea. Slightly smaller than Heroic 25, so pretty close actually. Because yeah, these look like they're kind of close in scale. Either way, real damn neat. Good looking Imperial Force, couple squads of Stormtroopers, 2 squads of Scout Bikers, some Shore Troopers. You got Boba Fett shoring things up. And the AT-ST, the best damn tank in the game. Alright, let's see what we got next. Gray Mail. Oh, this is exciting. I like the look of this. Cav Reaper. Finished up another mini from Cav. Combat Armored Vehicle. I was a little worried about my color choices as I was painting it. Painting it sub-assembled, so when I finally put them together today, I was pleasantly surprised by the results. Wasn't sure if I went too bright with the edge highlights. Still have to base it up, so let me know if I need any tweaks. I like Cav minis. I really do. I like Talon games. I like Cav as a game, and I like Cav minis. I have a bunch of them that I still haven't painted, which is horribly embarrassing from their last Kickstarter, Enhance. But let's have a look here. First of all, your color combo is great. Green and yellow is always a winning combo. It really, like, it contrasts so beautifully well. Yeah, it's very, very Jade Falcon. The green is nice and vibrant. The yellow is well done. I like how you've gone kind of desaturated and pale for the edge highlights. I don't think the edge highlights are too strong at all. I think that they're actually really well done. They're not messy at all. I like the little inserted bits of that cool gray for like the piping on the side, the hip joints, the waist joint. I think the blue is gorgeous. You didn't overdo it. You didn't try to go like super crazy with a mega powerful high contrast lens effect, but you still got some good contrast between the deep blue and the light blue, and more than anything, you separated that blue visually and clearly from the struts on the cockpit itself. This is fucking gorgeous. Really nice yellow highlights. I think this looks fantastic. Now the trick with this, with something that is so strong in like a 2 or 3 color scheme, the trick is going to be when you base it, Gray Mail. So I'm curious if you have any plans for the basing. If you don't yet, warm colors is going to be my suggestion. Warm colors are going to look really good next to that predominantly green and blue mech. You've already got some warmth in the yellow, obviously, but like a Martian red would look really, really cool for him to be standing on. Go with something a little bit darker. Yeah, medium brown, like a burnt sienna, like umber up to sienna, I think would be great. I wouldn't go like orange red, but like a burnt sienna red would, I think, look really, really nice. Definitely something with some warmth to it, though. Alternatively, if you felt like going crazy and saying, this is a cobalt planet, I could see a blue actually looking pretty good insofar as it would kind of pick up the blue from the cockpit and give that like a 2-point balance, top and bottom. So those would be my 2 thoughts on how you ultimately do the basing on this. I know you want critique on this, but I love this paint job. I really do. Do more like this. Really, like, the only critique I can give this comes down to, like, stupid stuff, like cleaner brushstrokes and some, but, like, I don't view that as real critique, because when you're doing something like this where you're going to be painting a force or multiple mechs, the best thing I can say there is just paint more of them, because you're going to get better at it, you're going to get cleaner the more you paint. So, like so many times, my suggestion is just paint more models. I really like the highlights on the yellow, particularly that really light white lemon that you have for the highlights on the missiles. I would consider repeating this blue-gray that you have here on these exposed parts, here where you have the dark green around the yellow on the interior of the missile pods. That might be the only change that I personally would make. The rest of this I love. Got them based already, just did some green grass to match the others that I did, but I had some purple flowers. That little bit of color is going to go a long way. Purple is a good contrast to green. I like it. Cav Kickstarter, haven't even assembled all my stuff from it. Yeah, I'm ashamed of how many Ziplocs I have full of Kickstarter stuff. We're just not going to talk about that. Really, really nicely done, Gray Mail. I hope that that's helpful. I'd love to see the rest of that forest with the basing. Oh, and I should note, yeah, like, because you did that on the back here, too. Essentially, what you did with the vents on the back, you might consider doing around the missiles themselves, but that's a minor tweak, not particularly necessary, and I think almost entirely preferential for me. Just because in my head, I would do that color for anything that I think would be unpainted metal, and I feel like that probably would be, because it would be getting, like, backblast from the missiles. Really nicely done, and I love seeing some Cav Strike Ops stuff on here. The guys over at Talon Games are fucking awesome. I love them, I love what they do, and I love seeing their newer models getting painted. They just get better and better, and they produce lots of figures now in Psyocast, which I absolutely love. True Metallic Metal Silver, ooh, nice. Alright, next up we have from The Happy Heretic, a Graveyard Golem. Painted up this spoopy Graveyard Golem from Reaper. Very simple paint job on this one. Some Gravelord Gray speed paint over a Zenithal, followed by Sap Green oil wash. Gatewings got some silver ink, followed by a combo Burnt Umber and Cadmium Orange oil wash. Bones got some Pallid Bone speed paint and some highlights. Throwing this bad boy up on eBay to fund my plastic crack addiction. Hey, Voxel. This is actually pretty nice. There's a lot of texture on this figure, and the use of speed paints and oil washes has done a really great job of bringing it out. Particularly, I think that orange that you threw into the oil wash really helps the stone to look kind of dirty, kind of grimy, like it's been rained on. It's a damn neat sculpt. It's just a golem formed of actual, like, gravestones, and it looks like the wings on his back are like a twisted cemetery gate. One of his arms is like an angel statue, the other one is a broken cross. That's pretty awesome. I like the cherub face making up his actual face. When I look at this, I can think of a couple of other things that you could have done to kind of mix it up or add in some extra little splotches of color. I like the use of the sap green in there. It's sort of a subtle undertone. Like, what you've done is really effective and really making good use of the texture. I feel like it wants a little bit more contrast in some of the areas, but that is so splitting hairs. Particularly for a Reaper model, you really brought out the texture well. A broken statue animated by goo. Oh my god, forgot her own. Only thing I can think of is to make different chunks slightly different tinted, like they're different varieties of marble. Yeah, or like you know, granite and basalt, different stones maybe quarried from different places. Just to, yeah, kind of separate out the individual pieces. I would keep it subtle and use like temperature contrast to achieve it, but I see what you mean, Velendar. But that's pushing a good paint job to a great paint job. And the fact is, this fucking model looks good. I keep saying, particularly for a Reaper model, I'm not usually a big fan of Reaper models. I think that they do a lot of good ones, they do a lot of crappy ones too. This is one of the better ones I've seen, and very well realized. And I hope that the eBay sales are going well for you too. It's always good when we're able to fund our terrible addiction to painting these fucking toys. Alright, let's see what we got next. A little bit of business here from the POV 42. Plastic crack. Y'all got any more of those Intercessor Marines? I do have more of those Intercessor Marines. Oh, you dirty bastard, you. Let's set him aside. Stop thinking about that for now. Falcon Kick! The diorama is complete. Oh, I like Captain Falcon references. This is the final result of the diorama I was working on all that non-metallic metal stuff for earlier. After about a month of effort, I decided to call this project done. I still see some ways I could go even further. But what's the old saying about no painting ever being finished, only abandoned? I don't. I like to say that a model might not necessarily be done, but I am done painting it. Really proud of the blends and the volumetric highlighting I did with this piece. I really learned a lot, so overall I'm finishing up with very positive feelings on this piece, warts and all. That's what I like to hear. Enhance. Oh yeah, the NMM worked out nice on the gold. I really like that. I didn't realize that he was going to be getting fucking DFA'd by a Mad Cat. And into some crystals, no less. I feel like those are about to jam into his poor engine. Oh my god, these are the horrible final moments for that cataphract. It makes me sad. It makes me sad when I have to see dioramas of clan mechs destroying inner sphere mechs, particularly when the Mad Cat is clearly annihilating this mech and also firing at somebody else. I like the use of the, I assume, printed little laser shots. It's already impaled. Oh my god, you're right, it is. I hadn't seen the bit of crystal coming up through it. Oh no. Oh, that's terrible. Godspeed, noble inner sphere pilot. Hopefully your ejection system is... Wait, does the cataphract have an ejection system? Let's not think too much about that. This looks really nice. If I were to critique this, I think the thing that stands out at me as... When I do critiques, I have, like, mentally some kind of gates that I go through. I like to try and pick... Because critiquing a piece, it's always possible to just, like, nitpick every little thing and find a bunch of things that someone could do better. Because that's just the nature of painting. It's always possible to do better. But there are some things that are effective, and some things that aren't. And I liked it ejects into the fusion engine. Oh, that's... I mean, at least it's quick. I like to pick things, or pick the thing on the model that is... Oh my... What the fuck? I'm gonna finish what I'm saying and then remark on what I just found. I always like to pick the thing on a model when I'm critiquing it that is like the least effort to improve the model the most, if that makes sense. Like just a little thing that's like, if you just did a tweak here, I think you'd be surprised at how much of a difference it makes. And on this model, I'm gonna go with a quick dry brush of a cool white on some of the edges of the crystal, increasing the contrast on the crystals themselves, because a crystal in effect is very difficult, and you've done a good lensing effect on the cockpit of the cataphract, but increasing the contrast on the crystals would really, I think, lend a lot to this piece. And it could be as simple as a quick dry brush just across the tops. Just across the tops to bring out the facets on the points just a little bit more and make them stand out. And don't be afraid to bring that real high, like I say, kind of a blue-white. I just found a metal Chaos Raptor backpack on my desk. Like one of the old ones. Like you guys, you remember this one? Now, I've been pulling out 40K parts and looking at them, but I have no recollection at all of where this came from. I don't own any Chaos Raptors. I don't own any metal Chaos Raptors. Yeah, this is one of the old ones, Voxel Forge. These are the jump packs that I really liked. I have... What the fuck? What? Where the hell did this come from? What? I don't have any old Chaos pieces. I'm just going to set that down over here. And we're just going to move on. It came from the warp. I mean, yeah. Is it Hethrir's? No, he wasn't even in this house while he was over here. Makes me realize how much I like the old Chaos Raptors more than the new ones. Anyway, let's keep going. Daytrin, welcome in. Good to see you, man. But yeah, I think that light dry brush would you'd be impressed at how much it changes on the piece. I think the other thing I might do if you were looking to make easy changes, POV, is I might darken the base a little bit. And it's just because you've got a lot of light colors between the blue and the again, very cool light, like blue-white of the cataphract itself. I think like a flesh wash, like a ruddy brown over the base to kind of warm it up a little bit and darken it would also help these colors contrast and stand out more. I think those two things, you'd like it. You'd like how it looks at the end of that. Also, I love the use of the lipped base. I'm a big adherent of the lipped base myself these days. What do we have up next? It's a little bit of business from Valendar, who has been very busy sculpting, I see. Behold, the troll god Grendel and his troll kith versus the volcano god Lord of Obsidian with his Obsidian Knights. Also, a better render with backdrops. Let's jump to that one. Enhance. And have a glance at this too. Oof. Oh, I like it. What is that, an objective marker? Like a totem? It's like a skull with a crystal nose. I can dig it. Rawr! This is my angry face. I love the big troll. He looks great, warts and all. Looks very paintable too. Nice chunky surfaces, good deep details on the buckle. It looks like his arm has been stitched back on? Good God, trolls are resilient. Really like the straps and the buckles. Again, looks like that's going to paint really, really nicely. And the Obsidian, say the Lord of Obsidian and his Obsidian Knights? Like, holy crap, man. They are rocking bare chest, considering how much effort they went to armor their heads. It was ripped off by Beowulf. Oh, you know, I heard that guy had a tendency of doing that. I like the, you know, a detail that I really like here, Valendar, and I tend to pick up on these just stupid little things. I appreciate that the male coif that big guy here is wearing has, like, stitched leather around the edge of it. That's a wonderful touch. That makes me smile. Because anybody who's ever worn one of those things knows you really fucking need that. I mean, he's like a lava god or something like that, so he probably doesn't, but you or I would. I like their objective marker, too. The big blade in the ground with the sort of riveted-on banner. Very nicely done. Cool posing on these guys, too. I like Homeboy's, like, long glaive spear that he's rocking there. And it looks like their symbol is repeated, so their hilt is the same thing as their symbol, because it's also on their girdles, and it's on their shoulder pads, too. And then again in the hilt of the giant sword that is their objective marker. Very nicely done. Now, is this for the game that you're designing, Valendar? Are you going to release it along with 3D printable files? So that you can just print and paint and play? That's fucking awesome. I'm in. Please keep us posted on development notes for that, because I wanna get in on that. I wanna try it out. I'm totally down. I'll print, I'll paint, I'll play. I'll give you my thoughts. Shit, I'm not even asking for them for free. Let me know when they're for sale. Friends pay friends full price. Heroes and minions and objective marker are part of the initial release. Yeah, it's like the starter set, yeah. I like the idea of it being built around heroes and then minions that respawn regularly. Like I said, I'm down. Please let me know. A little bit of business here from Shy. Why do I keep saying that? Why do I keep saying a little bit of business? I keep catching myself saying it over and over. It's not like anything. It's just like a crappy catchphrase. Palette Cleanse Marine from Shiny Mew Paints. Ever get that feeling when you're painting one particular set of minis and think, yeah, this isn't it, Chief? I do. Decided to pop by a hobby shop that sells single blind bag marines and grab one. Ended up pulling Brother Karel. Gonna slap some paint on it and see how it comes out. Thinking of doing gold trim on the pauldrons. He's only primed at the moment, but that will change soon enough. Sorry for the grainy photo. You are forgiven. Enhance. Oh, this is one of the Space Marine heroes. I have one of those. I actually, weirdly enough, have a Plague Marines icon bearer from the Space Marine Heroes line. They come with their old little molded bases and everything. They're nice little figures. I'm going to end up doing him for my Death Guard kill team. Oh, I love the classic armor on him. The backpack loaded with missiles with the little servo arm that like pulls them out and helps load. The missile coming out of the missile launcher. Rocket launcher! This is a cool little model. You're thinking about doing gold for the pauldron. So what I'm going to suggest, Shiny Mew, is take a look at the existing chapters of Space Marines and pick one that's in a color that you want to get better at painting. It is. Yeah, I like I agree, Leaf Painting. The icon that he's bearing is smaller, which is nice, and it has, like, big mutated leeches wrapped around it and crap. Like, I really like the look of that one. And he's got, like, the 3 holes in his helmet, and he's, like, leaping slime out of them. That's gonna be a good time. I said, pick a color that you want to get better at, because Space Marines are available in all the primary colors and then some. You want to get better at painting white? Do them as a white scar. If you want to do something kind of canonically correct, and you want to get better at painting yellow, for a Devastator Marine, which is what this guy is, Imperial Fists would be a good choice. They love their Devastator Marines. You want to try getting better at black, make him a Black Templar. I mean, it's easy to choose from. You want to do some more blue, but not have to do as much gold, and maybe try a little bit of red, maybe make him a Crimson Fist. The color schemes are out there to choose from. And that's you know, one of the really nice things about painting Space Marines. You don't really have to be that creative. Just pick from the long list of color schemes that appeal to you. Meltaguns have the round heat shrouds and so yeah, no, this is a missile launcher, Mafik. All the Meltas for current Space Marines are either held like rifles or underslung. Missile launchers are up over the shoulder. And that's definitely a missile. You can see the warhead on it there. But yes, I definitely know what you mean when it comes to needing a bit of a palette cleanser. And also, I suggest it. Here we have from White Wolf. Let's have a little glance here, why don't we? Oh my, my, my. Excuse me. Set Up Sunday, Foxy Art Desk Edition. Here's the more or less current incarnation of a Fox's art desk that has probably changed somewhat by Sunday's stream. Still working out a few specifics, but I'm mainly happy with it now that it's seen use a few times. Let me ask you a question, Vergaderong. This is sort of a preferential question, more than anything else. A question of aesthetics. Meltaguns. I'm going to ask all chat, because it's possible there's people in here with an opinion. But Vergaderong, I'm mainly asking you. Meltaguns. Drill barrel or no? Do they have a hollow barrel down which is projected a superheated medium of some sort? Or are they a plate that projects superheated air from the end of it? Because I've heard this argued both ways. Yeah? Okay. The opinion seems pretty much in favor of at least get a hobby knife in there and give it a twirl. I'm much more anal retentive than that, Leaf. My drilling involves a tungsten-tipped stylus and a little drill gun, but I appreciate the old ways. Shoot that superheated gas, which is nearly a plasma state. Because there's been a lot of back and forth over the years about what the hell a meltagun supposedly even does. And I have heard people say that they shouldn't be drilled out. Should I be worried that you zoomed? Oh yeah, we're focusing in on the models. I see some Tyranids going together here. I'm liking what I'm seeing. I'm noticing some sort of sand-colored carapaces on them. And I'm wondering if they're going to get spots the first thing I think of is the ever popular like coconut crab, Tyrannid. And I'm a little curious. I'm a little curious where it's going. It's not magnetically fired. It's more like a single shot hose. Okay, I'm fine with this opinion. I had my doubts. It melts the user. No, that's a plasma gun. Oh, Typhoon paint mixers. Okay, chat, you guys bought me one of these. You guys bought me a Typhoon paint mixer, and I fucking love it. Chat, thank you so much for that. I do try to remember to actually use it. I promise I remember it more when I'm not streaming, because I'm more focused on what I'm doing. Got lots of sketching and art stuff over here. Alright, I like it. This is a neat little device for separating and drying brushes. Probably better. Well, it is better than drying them bristles up. That's bad for it. Yeah, when's the fox going together? An orchid-themed Tyrannid scheme, and it was cool. I'm mentally looking for a Tyrannid scheme right now because I am going to paint up 10 Gene Stealers for a kill team. And I'm undecided what they should look like. And White Wolf, yes, thank you for the reminder. I had to, like I said, I had to rethink. I had to rethink my solution for the 3D printed paint rack for oil tubes, but the good news is we use, like, all the same tubes. So when I get something, it's going to work for both of us. How do you like the Gamsol? I have a bottle of it. I haven't opened it yet. I've still been using my just kind of, like, cheap white spirits. But I bought a bottle of Gamsol thinking I'm going to try it out and see how I like it compared to other solvents. And I'm curious what your experience has been with it. And as is always necessary, a couple bottles of Motrin just to keep us. Explain more how you use those tubes. Yeah, get in there and give him a little squeeze. Love my Gamsol. Just works. But I'm also sensitive to scents, so I love how it barely has a scent. I haven't had an issue with that myself, but I'm curious how it's ultimately going to measure up, whether it's worth the extra price for what we're doing. Leaf seems to like it pretty well. You think it's worth the extra bit? You have an entire box of Chaos Troops in your Blackstone box. I have, like, 2 Chaos Marines and 1 dude with a hammer. And then a bunch of, like, shitty Trader Guard that I'm not really sure what I would use them for. Because the cultists that you put in a Trader Marine team all have auto guns. And all the guys in the Blackstone Fortress box have las guns. That's the biggest disconnect between using alternative models, is that lots of the Chaos Cultists and Chaos Guard for Kill Team have auto guns instead of las guns. I am so anal retentive when it comes to things like that, guys. You have no idea. What would I comment on the brush cups for? They're nice cups. Looks like that one's 3D printed. That one has a skull on it. That's a lot of Motrin. Holy shit. Alright, I assume that you're saving the bottles. You don't just need that much Motrin on the desk at any given time. Use them as blooded. I guess I could. Look, I'm already building 7 kill teams. Give me a break. Hethrier. I don't need 8 yet. Hang on, let me see here. Melt-A-Gun Melter or Fusion Gun is designed to melt its target away with a blast of near-unstoppable superheat. Weapon needs to be accurately preset so it cannot be moved and fired at the same turn. It has short range, but see, that's just it. Blast of near-unstoppable superheat wouldn't necessarily be projecting a plasma so much as just heating like a microwave gun. And if it was like a microwave gun, then I could see it having just a plate on the end of it. Aren't Volkite guns supposed to be microwave guns too? As for the Multi-Melta, like the Multi-Laser, this is a combination weapon that has a number of Melta barrels. Vicious and effective weapon if rather short range. Targets are just melted away, turning creatures into pools of steaming protoplasm and vehicles into so much goo. But you see, that's exactly it. It's not really telling us what's coming out of the barrel. The answer might be in the Melt-A-Bomb. Uses a gas fuel. That doesn't really tell us anything, Brigadarum. I mean, it's a stupid argument. It's just one that periodically bothers me, like so many other ones. Bottles are my current paint handles. Okay, that makes sense. That's a good use for them. Up next, we got a little bit of stuff here from the Tobin Lord. New brushes. Was just messing around with new brushes. Aw. Well, he's a sad box-headed lava lamp demon man. I want to give him a hug. Just let him know, man, you know? It's okay. It's alright. We're here for you, buddy. We're here for you, Tobian Lord. Yeah, I can see some of the textures that you're working in with the digital brushes. Interesting. Very interesting. If organics melt, that means the projectile has to have enough energy that it causes a chain reaction in biomatter. Makes it fairly made up. I mean, Leaf, if you want to really go in that direction, all the guns in 40k are complete fucking nonsense. You want to get into that? Leaf, do you want to fucking go there? We can go there. You want to talk about how bolter rounds have depleted deuterium cores? What the fuck is depleted deuterium? You can't deplete deuterium. It's a stable isotope. It doesn't fucking exist. And it's not like it's particularly hard. It's basically water. It's nonsense. That's like saying it has a water core. I'm sorry. I get passion. I get fired up, and I gave it back to you hard. I'm sorry about that, Leaf. It's okay. This grenade or missile explodes with a blast of superheat. Well, you know, what is an explosion? Maybe it just has a small charge inside of it. Like, you know, there are lots of munitions where the primary munition is non-explosive, but it has a secondary explosive in order to expose the munition to its target. There could be a small munition inside the melt-a-bomb designed to break open the shell and spread the reacting agent. I mean, they are, but the bolt around itself is nonsense. Yeah, the writers certainly weren't scientists. No, they definitely weren't scientists. The original las gun shot exploding laser pellets. You know what, though? I don't care. I don't care about any of it, and I'll tell you why I don't care. It's for one very specific reason, folks. It's because also in 40k, the shock attack gun exists. Are we all familiar with the shock attack gun? Because if you're not, you should be. It's literally a teleportation gun whose sole purpose is telefragging. It pulls grots into the warp, drives them crazy, and then teleports them inside your body, screaming and shitting and clawing. And it is the best fucking thing. Imperium is a secret stash of weird boys they use to make their weapons. Nothing is impossible. I'm fine with this lore. I'm absolutely fine with this lore. Riot Sister, also, thank you for posting that. It's absolutely true. Guys, if you're not following Leaf Painting, you absolutely should be on Instagram. His content is fucking amazing. Alright, this is a stupid conversation, and I'm moving past it. Tobian Lord, I love the new brushes. I look forward to seeing what you can do with them, man. Ooh, here we have from Wolverine DH, my design of the Fashi battle armor of the Capellan Confederation. Once again, I wanted to make a new battle armor. This time the dice fell in favor of the Fashi. Dude, I admire this. Wolverine, I admire this immensely. That you've just... You picked something and it's like, I'm just gonna make a bunch of these. Because there are tons of different battle armor designs in Battletech. They're not really widely used, but there's lots of art and there's lots of different designs, and you're just making as many of them as you can. And I think the best thing about it, honestly, is that getting to watch you do this, your talent for realizing these shapes and choosing the details to focus on has gotten better and better with each individual iteration. Every time you make a battle armor, it's just a little cleaner. It's just a little sharper. It's just a little better supported. Just a little better printed than the ones before it. This looks fantastic. Very nicely done. Small packet of hydrogen is superheated to nearly fusion temperatures, gravitically launched and followed by a laser that heats the hydrogen the rest of the way, creating a tiny fusion. It just shoots stars? What the fuck? That... Yeah, I mean, that's what you're describing is firing a tiny little star at somebody and then igniting it. I kind of love that explanation. I think my headcanon is now that the melt-a-gun shoots a tiny star. I mean, why the hell not? Very nicely done, Wolverine. I'm sorry, I keep getting distracted by the actual storm report by idiotic crap. Let's keep going. Oh, forgot it wrong. Let's pull these up. You have been busy, my friend. Started painting up my Imperial Navy Breacher team in colors inspired by the black and chartreuse uniforms some firefighters have. I've completed 3 operatives so far, the Endurant, Axejack, and Grenadier. I also think I've hit upon a good, really quick terrain paint scheme for the decaying Space Hulk. It's all dry brushing and sponge chipping. Doesn't technically need the details painted either. I can go back and do it later. So first of all, let's have a look at our 3 operatives here. I love that shield. And yeah, I really dig that sort of bright, vibrant chartreuse. That high visibility green. It makes a lot of sense, particularly for a dingy, nasty environment like a Space Hulk. I appreciate how a lot of the metallic comes in around the armor on the shoulders, head, and then those big, nasty boots that they got. Look at that. The red on the shotguns also looks badass. The axe came out looking great. I love the wear that you have on the edge of it. Very cool. Yes, yes, yes. Simple and effective. The mixture of colors is good. The fact that you have the reds, the kind of sickly yellows, and then the little bits of a sort of dingy metallic showing through. And since it is meant to be like an abandoned Space Hulk, very, very cool stuff for God. I want to play on this terrain. I do. I know I've been talking shit about this terrain since the first time I saw it, but as long as you're the one painting it, I'm fine with that. That's great. Vergaderung, let's do this. Let's make a point of this. Verg, you're not doing Adepticon, are you? I know that I've asked, but humor me by pretending that I don't remember. Enhance. You are? Okay, I couldn't remember if you had said yes or not. So... bring this? Yes? Fucking fantastic. March, I want to play on this table. I want to play on this table. I want to take down these breachers. I love the drilled barrels for the over-under shotty, by the way. God, that shield looks good. Well, no. It's just going to scrape off anyway, Basalt. You know, we have to suspend our disbelief a little bit for this game set in the grim darkness of the far future. I like how there's just like one tank and then 2 empty slots here. This looks great, dude. It has a lot of depth to it for how simple it is and how few colors are actually involved. Yeah, okay, they get put in dents. You won't even see them. You won't even see them. It ain't a big deal. Vergaderung, dude, you're going so fast on this. I'm gonna bring several kill teams, and I'm definitely gonna have my Genestealer Pure Strains done, so we can play like the modern version of Space Hulk, where 10 Genestealers are scuttling along the hall, and you have to kill them with fire axes and shotguns. That sounds like an actual nightmare I had once. Oh, God. All right. Oh, then we have something here from Ren Momo, and it's a Gaslands car. Very cool, in a classic kind of like deep red and black color scheme. Literally just a Gaslands car painted like Roadkill from the Mad Max game. I'll just skip to my part in the VOD, as I'm more than likely going to be asleep due to exhaustion. Ren, I'm sorry to hear that you have been so tired lately. I will say, though, dude, it's wonderful to have you. It's absolutely wonderful to have you. It's lovely to see some of the work that you're doing. I know that this hobby, man, it can be exhausting. It can even be frustrating sometimes if you don't approach it right. And I know that sometimes life piles up on us. I do. But it's wonderful to see you painting. I think it's a great outlet, and I absolutely love seeing your work. How are the Necrons and Kill Team? The next box set that's coming out, I think that just came out, Rockin' Robin, is Necrons and it either just came out or advanced copies have gone out, and it's up for pre-order. It's one of the two, but it is the next set. It's Khazarkin versus Necrons. I've seen people painting the Khazarkin, which is why I think either it's out or they got advanced copies or just tester models. I'm not sure. If it isn't out, it's out very soon. But yeah, with that box, Necrons are getting their own bespoke kill team. So if you want to play Necrons and you want to play kill team, this is literally the perfect time to get in. And I'm sure you could find somebody who is interested in grabbing the new Khazarkin. Is that it? Maybe they're getting Khazarkin from the new Cadian box. I don't know. I don't pay attention. I don't give a shit about playing Necrons. I only pay attention to things that directly affect me. Thought I made that clear. Really nice job on the metallics on this. Looks like painted dark gray. It's either painted metallic and then washed and then dry brush metallic again, or something that you might try if you haven't done it already for metallics like this is just paint it dark gray and then wash it black and then dry brush it silver. It yields such a really nice, like, deep metallic color for exactly this sort of painting. I like the little, what the fuck would that be? It's just like a big, dag-nasty exhaust sticking off the back. And then, there's a doohickey over here. A fuel tank, a bomb. It could be one of any number of things. The red is looking particularly nice on this one, Ren. Kind of a low rider. I'd imagine it would, that'd be a bumpy-ass ride in the wasteland. But, it would also be weighed the hell down by the giant cannon on the roof. Very nicely done. And Ren, again, dude, I really hope we see some more from you. I really do. Any interest in the Necrons' place in the meta? Or are you just looking for playstyle? Oh, like for Robin? I mean, personally, I don't know. Necrons don't interest me as a faction much anymore. Oh, from Lore Friendly. Hey, look, I exist again, and we are happy to hear it. Thanksgiving gave me the first real time off I've had since the cat's ringworm quarantine started almost 2 months ago. Holy shit. Miss the hobby. Nice to be able to ease back in with some assembly of a bunch of Infinity models. Ease back into the hobby with the assembly of some of the fiddly and most difficult to assemble models in the entire fucking industry. Oh, Lore Friendly, I like you. Basically enough to start up a new sectorial that I picked up recently. Painting will come once I've had enough free time to do a priming batch run. Paint when you wanna, my man. Paint when you enjoy it. Look at all this metal. Enhance. Look at all this metal. All these metal tabs. I'm still, like, I'm not quite brave enough to approach assembling my own Infinity models that I got to test the game out, but I'm working up to it. I'm working up to it. I'm going to get through a little bit of Kill Team, which is super easy to assemble, and then I'm going to start it on these fiddly little fucks, and there's going to be a few streams of me drilling and pinning, like, 0.5 millimeter pins, and stabbing myself, and cursing, and if I'm doing metal models, I have to pin, and I understand that they're very difficult to pin, but we're gonna do it anyway, chat. We're gonna do it anyway. Because if it's worth doing, it's worth overdoing. Nice assembly on these. I look forward to when you get some free time and feel like painting, Lore Friendly. I am so glad that you're getting some free time again. Oh, you've got Immortals and Warriors is why you're asking. So there is a compendium kill team for them, I believe, Rockin' Robin. It's just like a basic way to build a kill team where you could probably use your Immortals and Warriors without any real trouble. The bespoke kill team that is coming out with the new box is going to be more individual. It's going to be a more interesting list because there's going to be more individual operatives with special abilities that play off of one another's synergy. But it will probably also want you to either use the models that they release for the kill team or do significant kit bashing on your existing models to make them into the individual operatives. It's certainly doable, though, I would say. Don't feel like you need to buy the new box to play a Necron kill team. I would bet that with your extensive experience with building and modifying models, you would be able to make a good proxy kill team using the existing Necrons. Yeah. Basalt is right. They're not the most interesting to play. Some of them are better than others. The compendium kill teams are all kind of just like placeholders until that faction gets a sexier kill team. Some of them, like I said, like the Death Guard Compendium kill team is just fine. I don't really know about the Necron Compendium kill team. I haven't looked closely at it. I can send you the rules. Rockin' Robin, if you ping me on Discord, I will send you the currently existing rules, and you can take a look at them and any Necron rules that are out for it. Oh, there you go. Yeah, Commandos are definitely something people are playing. All right, let's see what we got. A little bit of business here from... See, I said it again. I didn't even think about it. What's wrong with my brain? Here we have from Journeyman Paint Hour. He's a model of a modern Major General. Oh no, I'm not gonna keep going with that. That's regrettable. The first of the true Hoth Force, General Veers. Super pleased with how he turned out from basing to his face. Maybe could have fine-tuned his eyes a bit, but given how rarely I do those, I'm taking it as a win. Onwards to Snowtroopers. As always, truly enjoy advice, critiques, and general commentary. So, let's have a little look here. Enhance. For not wanting to do the eyes, they actually came out kind of fine. I could critique the eyes, but if I did those, I'd be perfectly happy with what I'd done. The face looks good in general. I think it honestly helps that many of these sculpts, weirdly, these sculpts, particularly from FFG, I don't know how they got so good at actually... Like, there's a lot of models out there that are of characters from movies and thus of actors and real people where the faces don't really look like them. This one actually does look a lot like the actor, who is... Oh, what's his name? He played Walter Donovan in Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade. Hethrier, thanks for hanging out tonight, man. Have a great night. I know his name. This is gonna drive me crazy. I always think of him in Indiana Jones, and I think of him in an episode of Doctor Who. Julian Glover. Yeah, that's right. Thank you, Datron Voltari. Yes, it actually does look quite a lot like him. Well, no, that's the character's name, Voxel Forge. Just enough contrast in the highlights, I think it reads really well. Yeah, it came across nicely, particularly on the gray uniform. I'll tell you what I'm not going to do. There is a nerd inside of me. He was also a Bond villain. That's also correct. There is a nerd deep in my soul who wants to jump out and start talking about the actual colors of Imperial equipment. Because I'm psychotic like that. I'm very intentionally not doing that because that's pointless. And you're going for a full Hoth Force, and I really like the way the blue also picks up here in the armor. Very nicely done. Good job picking up the rank pips, too. He's like drawing his E11 blaster. It's an interesting model. Let's zoom out a little bit here. Oh, let's get a look at the back of the armor. Nice little splash of color in there, some reds and greens. I continue to love these bases. They look so damn good. I have no idea, Datron Voltari. To hang out with us. Actually, the answer is truly obvious. Really nice highlights on the boots. Really nice volumetric highlights on the boots. That reads very well. Same thing for the belt. And the strapper on the helmet. You should be proud of this paint job. This reads beautifully. I think that the colors complement well. The little splashes of warmth in the face and on the little pips of color on his back read particularly well against the cool colors of the armor, which again then balance very nicely with the base. The gray comes across great, really good contrast on that to bring across all the folds. Definitely should be proud of this one. This is another model from you that I don't, like, I could look at this and I could pick out some things that, like, you know, this chest plate with the curve in it, this is a great opportunity to do volumetric highlighting on a hard surface, like sort of a radial cone coming from the place where the angle changes, the edge here, and then radiating outwards up the armor plate. You could do something like that. I did that on my own Veers. I think it came out pretty well, but you should just be pleased with this paint job, honestly. I don't want to critique it. I want to see it with the rest of the Hoth Force Journeyman Paint Hour. That's what I really want to see. I did see this one before the stream, which is kind of cheating, and already decided that I liked it. But, you know, here we are. What do we got from Roland? Let's have a little peek, shall we? Force 52 Heavy Armor Lance. Here are 4 Kiernan MBTs from Rainy River Designs, being proxies for the Challenger X MBT. I like this. I like this a lot because I think that it should be appreciated what this represents. It should be understood and appreciated that this represents an effort that I don't want to say it began in this chat or on this stream, but it began among members of this community and was talked about extensively on this stream and in our Discord. Artists came together through this community from the original concept, through the concept art, through the model design, and then through production by Rainy River Designs. By the way, you can always hit ! Rainy River in chat to get a link over there for models, paints, basing materials, all kinds of amazing hobby supplies. Not to mention Thunderhead Studio merch. I should mention that every now and then. And then got produced and sent out to a community member who then painted them. This is just such a... It's just awesome. It just makes me very, very happy to see this. And on top of that, a community member who we've gotten to watch paint and improve their skills for some time. Enhance. Oh my god, it's such a big photo. Holy hell. That maybe is too much enhancement. Good use of washes on these. Some nice shading. Little splashes of yellow in there to divide things up. I like the metallics on the gun barrels. Good work, Roland. It is my great pleasure to have gotten to be here for the artistic milieu that ultimately generated these painted tanks. Very nicely done, Roland. Oh, now we have a post from NMO Xandershade. Oh, Kursala, yeah, you caught me. Slouching something real fierce. I'm gonna have to get more water in a minute. DIY paint booth project. Unveiling a project I've been slowly gathering materials for, a DIY paint booth. Using a sizable tote as a base, I plan on installing a foam board funnel into a replaceable filter with 12-volt case fans and an LED strip powered by scrap 12-volt power supply. All that's left to purchase is a little more foam board and the filter material. Damn. These are the exact same bins that I use for storage out in my shop. They're good. Well, you can get them at Costco on sale. Like, they're incredibly well priced. I know, Chris. I'm trying to be better about it lately, though, so I do appreciate it when you do catch me. Interesting. I'm so incredibly lazy when it comes to projects like this. I usually just pay someone else to do it for me. You are a very handy fellow, though, Xandershade. I wonder what someone could do if they put your handiness to work. Well, please keep us posted on this project as you cut and glue and screw and solder. I want to see the final product. Alright, what do we have next? From Unexpected KDM Kingdom Death Windy the Frozen Star. Started the last Kingdom Death mini I'll paint till the gambler's chest ships. 2024, my god. Tried shifting everything to a blue tint by putting down a ground of cobalt green. Think it's coming along. My oh my. See, this is why you think everything should have boobs. Fundamentally, this is just where your mind is these days, Unexpected. I don't blame you. All the time you spend, staring at them and trying to get the flesh tones right, particularly on our icy frozen princess here. The very white queen look to her. Love the little splashes of warmth. You've really, really come into your own with the subtle oil OSL. I like that down here on the lantern. And yeah, I think the use of greens is a particularly nice touch here for getting that specifically icy blue. It's a very particular kind of blue. The pale flesh and the green is what brings it through without moving fully over into reading as green. Little splashes of red in our ribbons. And in our little, whatever this is here on her lovely little tiara. Also, she has a tiny snowman and is sitting on a snowman. Oh, Kingdom Death models. You're so very, very strange. Okay. Up next from Merlin models. Oh, where was I? Here I am. Oh, Hearthkin Warrior work in progress. This is a model of the month model. Really enjoying it. Color scheme is the Ymir conglomerate, but the reds and blues still need a lot of work, as do the leathers. I've been focusing on NMM with this model. Now, I did have the pleasure of watching him work on this some. Let's go ahead and pull up the progression collage, because honestly, I like this picture better, working more on the reds. It's a nice, earthy, deep red. And this is a good example of how you can do, like, non-metallic metal fundamentally is just a super high contrast painting style. And that's, like, you can see it got worked up here on the bolter. I assume they have bolters. I don't honestly know. It looks like a bolter to me. But then this really, like, high contrast candy red on the armor. I agree. The final steps here are amazing. And I appreciate the progression here, because you can see how this just reads as like a dirty red. And now suddenly we're looking at a reflective red. This is some damn good practice work, Merlin. It reads beautifully. Also, while he was painting this, I got him to acknowledge on stream that he kind of looks like this dude, and even do the face pose. Also, nice job on the eyes and the beard. Very, very cool. Oh, space dwarfs. Perhaps the one kill team I absolutely won't wind up getting. Gorgeous. Gorgeous model Merlin models. Really nice work on the non-metallic metal progress. Keep it coming. You have been kicking ass lately. And then here we have from Hethrir, who had to take off just a few minutes ago. Oh, let's get that fully pulled up. Oh, he's done some work on this since we played. The team I used against Thunderhead over Friendsgiving. Retouched and finished gems. Well, for now. They're paper bags, but have some fun tricks. Any tips would be appreciated. They are paper bags. These models, like, they're nasty, and they can really line me up for some annoying combos, and mostly they were a pain to even get a shot on most of the time. But once I could hit them, man, they go down so fast. Oh, I hate these bastards. Yeah, push the contrast on the red a little bit here. Now, Hethrir has been complaining to me very vocally that he has, quote, forgotten how to paint. I mean, chat, are you seeing these models? Are you seeing these models? He also added some color to the bases, which I like. I mean, I want you to bear in mind, he built and painted these in 2 days before we played. He messaged me the week before and said that he got them, he was going to build them and prime them, but wouldn't have a chance to paint before we played. He painted them in 2 days. Now, okay, when we played, the paint job was a little bit simpler. But since we've played, he's only painted like another day. So I'm going to say 3 days of painting, a couple hours each day. And each step of the way saying he feels like he forgot how to paint. Are they the most amazing, complex, super clean paint jobs anyone has ever done on an Eldar model? No. Are they gorgeous, high contrast, really, like, nicely colored, good-looking models for a solid fucking kill team? I mean, yeah. Yeah, going through and doing the little bits of gold and doing the gemstones definitely helps, though, Hethrir. I dig it. But you can see, this is what I mean, how these guys are, like, they're mixed. The Ynnari Corsairs, they're mixed Eldar and Dark Eldar. Like, Homeboy over here is very Dark Eldar in his armor and his weapons, and I come over here, and this is very much like a Craft World Eldar head. Yeah, I like the bases. I don't remember where he got them, but they're simple and effective, and I think that they look really, really good for these particular figures. And Homeboy, who's like throwing his bird, which is annoying because he can knock you out of cover. And this guy over here who's just like collecting soul stones, I guess? What a weirdo. I hate this motherfucker. Yeah. These two over here are the biggest pain in my ass. The Blade Duelist guy and the Pistol Duelist guy were frustrating. Frustrating in the extreme. Also, this guy with his stupid fusion lance that has, like, AP2. I mean, don't get me wrong, disgustingly resilient kept me alive a lot of the time, but the fact that he was just utterly ignoring my armor. Go for the eyes! Go for the eyes! Bird guy straight out of the Warhammer Fantasy Battle, the Beastmasters. Now we just need a dude with, like, 2 ferrets, you know? Odo and Kodo? I could go for that. Hathrir, dude, these look fucking amazing. The improvements you've made on them since I saw them are significant, but they looked good when we played. Isn't that a star cannon? It's what the fire dragons have. It's essentially a long-range melta. Yeah, which is, I believe, a fusion lance. This guy also, he has a fusion pistol, and then he has a shuriken pistol. This was frustrating within 6 inches, but, like, this was fine, because he had to get within 6 inches, and then I could charge him and take him out. This guy was lobbing melta shots from across the table, which sucks when you're wearing power armor. Dude, it's not, but, like, in the weapon profile, I'm pretty sure it's a fusion lance and not a bright lance. Because Bright Lance was like their version of a las cannon. It's whatever the fire dragons have. I'm not gonna critique. I'm not gonna critique these Hathrir because this is an amazing paint job for the amount of time that you've spent on them, and you need to go easy on yourself. You haven't painted for a little while, and you're feeling a little rusty, and that's literally all that's going on. Because, dude, you have the fundamentals fucking down, you have a good grasp of color theory, and you enjoy what you're doing. So just paint more. Just paint more. You want advice? You want critique? That's my critique. That's my advice. Paint more models. Make another kill team. Let's see what you got. We have a little painting here from this Mechanic Games up next. Another Stormcast. Still painting my Stormcast. Added some green to the shadows on the cape and on the banner. Not sure what I think about it. Let's have a look. Okay, that looks good. That looks fucking good. If you're not sure what you think about the green and the shadows, like, that looks good. This is... Like, I'm usually pushing for bright colors on models like this, but I actually really like the kind of drab, dour, earthy tones that you have on these figures. The metallics continue to be really nice. I love that earthy red. And the green is a good choice because it makes it appear more red without having to move into something like a crimson. Enhance. Oh yeah. It's simple, it's barely noticeable, but it absolutely makes the red read clearer. Look at that. A Wraith Cannon? Oh fuck, I don't know. It's Eldar shit. This Mechanic Games is one day going to learn how to harness this power of painting that he has, and then he's going to put us all truly to shame. Look at those metallics. This seems like, to me, an effective application of some simple non-metallic metal techniques to true metallic metal paints. And combining the two... No, this isn't. This is TMM. Leaf painting. But as far as I can gather, he is using the principles, the basic principles of NMM with TMM. And it's shockingly effective. This is almost cheating. See? I told you. No, this is beautiful. This is really, really nice work. I love the green. I love the green in the shadows. If that's what you're looking for a yes or a no on Mechanic, I'm going to give you a big fucking yes. This is Leaf Painting. This is this Mechanic Games. Mechanic, you've got an Instagram, right? I'm pretty sure you do, because I think I'm following you. I follow a lot of people, so sometimes I forget. And I don't see everybody's work all the time. Damn, this looks good. Yeah, the banner looks amazing. You've been slacking? I don't care. Fucking post it up. Post a link to your Instagram in chat. People, go give this Mechanic Games a follow, because I want to see more of this. I want to see more of these Stormcast. Continue developing both the way you're doing that red and the way you're doing those metallics, because man, do they ever pop beautifully. Yeah, you get that link. Get that link in there. Alright, next we have up some more from Valandar the Red, and it is, oh my god. Screeth, Goblin God of Insanity, Steampunk, and Explosions, because they would. They would have a God of Explosions, wouldn't they? It's a giant metal goblin mech with a goblin in its mouth and guns coming out of its nostrils. And ears. Okay, this one. Valandar, this one. This faction here. Yes, I'm afraid I'll be needing that starter set. Holy shit, man. That's fucking ridiculous. The nostril guns are probably my favorite part. The booger blasters, as they're otherwise known. That's... that's I mean, you'd piqued my interest before, but now you have my absolute attention. Oh my god. Okay, all right. Let's have a look at what Rockin' Robin is up to. Oh shit, man. This is what he meant. Work in progress. King in Yellow Tzeentch army. Doing up a whole Tzeentch army, all Lovecraft theme, with the King in Yellow as the Lord of Change. His arm didn't print out right, so I made a tentacle that's going to be holding a banner. Cultists to the right are acolytes for Tzeentch, and the left are the Dark Younglings as pink horrors. Enhance. Ooh. Oh, I love the cultists with the peaked hoods. These guys look fucking awesome. Dark Traveler, welcome in. Thank you so much for the resub. Don't you even dare apologize. It's just wonderful to see you again, man. I hope things have been well for you. Thank you so much for the resub. Oh, these truly are some horrifying monsters. I like this. I like this a lot. This is exciting to me. And knowing how quickly Robin often paints, and him being one of the most effective and one of my genuinely, like, favorite painters, I am excited to see how this is going to come together. Took me a while to find the right cultist. Yes. This is the right kind of cultist. I love this. The peaked hoods and the shrouded faces are a wonderful touch. And also, this one opening his robes to reveal, you know, horrors beyond measure. Lovely. Lovely choices. Also, if you felt like posting some links to where you find these files, where you found these files in your art channel, I wouldn't complain. Not at all. I think the addition of the tentacle is a nice touch too. The sort of asymmetry and incongruity of it. Also really nice green stuff work on top of everything else. How you been, Dark Traveler? I hope the answer is well. Please, please, please do. And please continue to post as this army comes together, man, because I am into it in a really uncomfortable way. From the Happy Heretic, we have Clan Hell's Horses. Figured I'd try something a bit different with this Clan Hell's Horses. Direwolf used the same method I did with my Votan. I like how it's looking, but my god, was this an annoying sculpt to paint. So many inaccessible areas, hoping an oil wash would cover up whatever I might have missed. I'm going to go ahead and remind you that if you can't reach it with a brush, chances are you can't see it on the table. I see what you mean, though. The arms are big and bulky, and they cover even the sides of the hips and the whole sides of the torso. It makes me wish that CGL mechs came unassembled and you glued them together yourself. That's not ultimately what they did, though, so here we are. Good job on the snow base, particularly with the rocks. Orange and black is a very effective color scheme, and I think it looks good on here. I can't see it from the side. I can't see the parts that you weren't able to reach. I would tell you to just not worry about them. It's a damn nice color scheme, though. I can see these parts are essentially just not done yet. That's why there's still the base primer color. They're not going to stay yellow, I assume. I'm interested to know what color we're going to go with for the cockpit canopy. If I may be so bold as to make a suggestion, I think green would look hot as fuck. Ooh, that would be the business. Oh, you had another... I'm so sorry, Robin. I'll go back and pull that up. Oh, unless you made another post. Hang on, let me check. Oh, yeah. Your other post did get moved to the end. Yeah, I sort by first posted so that I start with the people who posted right after the last stream. Yeah, that was what was kind of throwing me, Voxel Forge, was I was wondering if this was going to be the final color. I don't think it is, because it looks like this is just unpainted based on what's in here and here and here. But at the same time, I kind of love the tan. I'm not totally sure if it just needs cleanup or if this, like... Consider that, though. Consider the tan details, because honestly, the color that the LRM is here, if you came in and did, like, some other panels or stripes in that yellowish tan, I think that would, like actually look really good against the orange. And then green right here on the cockpit would really pop in the black and the orange. That'd be fucking really nice. Also, I can't help but notice that you went ahead and snuck your fucking pizza mechs into the background here, because obviously I can't be allowed to forget about those horrors, now can I? That would be unfair, Happy Heretic. And up next, we have some art from Mafik. From his personal universe and work, Brutes. Oh, some Void Brutes are the slime... Sorry, Void Brutes are a slime's best friend. Brutes have some history with the critters in the early days of the Broken Void. They're always coming along with a group of slimes as slime guardians. The Brutes will protect the slimes from larger animals, beasts as an exchange for eating molds on their overgrowth crystals. Update, another art posted in threads, because I'm lazy posting another one outside of the thread. Gotcha. Let's see here. There's a little happy slime hanging around, eating his armor fungus and crystal fungus. I mean, I'm not one to judge you, slime. You certainly look like you're perfectly happy with this arrangement. I like the big old grease gun that he's rocking over there too. The big nasty crystals sticking out of him. Very, very cool, Mafik. Become death. That's a hell of a slogan, isn't it? It's a happy looking skull for how brutal its slogan is. Oh, and then we got a little bit of a thirst trap for the rest of us here. Proud grandparent of a little cat boy. Sometimes I can't trust my mom babysitting our son. Arden having a conversation with his wife while they're on a business trip. Sometimes you can't. Apparently she tends to spoil them. Those boxes are absolutely filled to the brim with, I assume, Battletech hand puppets, since that seems to be what he's mostly into. And no foolin', I really genuinely do want an Atlas hand puppet. based on the previous artwork that we've seen, I kind of need one of... Oh my god, oh Coral, what a... I hate this. I hate what I have to show you next. And toys. I'm gonna guess gunplay kits and some Mega Bloks Halo figures too. That's my bet, Mafik. Coral apparently noticed lack of food-related posts in this storm report and just went ahead and shared that. And oh, you would try that? How about this? Would you try this? We got one more for you. You know what? You know what, O'Coral? This is okay. Because I was starting to feel hungry. And now I'm not. Now I can wait probably hours. Mafik, I wasn't gonna say that, but Hey, Cyborg Stare, you came at just the right time for us to look at some horrible, horrible things. Get your DM prep done, my man. It's good to see you. I'm sorry, Mafik. It's not my fault, I promise. You tagged it critique advice. I've got some critique and advice for you, O'Coral, but it's nothing that I can say here without violating TOS. I'm gonna move very quickly on to this next piece from Project Shadowcat. I did notice that. I did notice that, Valendar. Probably farm raised. Any tips for basing the Conquest circle insert and square base? Trying to make a beast corpse with the abomination leaping over it. It can be tricky. So, Walter's Workshop did some interesting custom basing for his abomination. It would be a good idea to take a look at his work. Personally, I opted entirely for 3D printed bases for essentially all of my stuff in a couple of different styles. None that have beast corpses on them. But I did do a couple of the large monster-sized bases. One that looks like a cobblestone road, and another that looks like a battlefield covered in discarded weaponry and such. Malfeek, thanks for hanging out, man. Thanks as always. No, Shadowcat, you don't... Oh, God. It was hell, but I'm glad with how it came. It's one of the coolest looking abominations I've seen, and the amount of custom design work that you did on it was amazing. But yeah, if you're looking to do some custom sculpting and work on an abomination, probably Walter's Workshop could give you some tips on that. Do not trust this face. Holy shit, new Shadowcat art. That is all. Shadowcat, I'm just glad to see you back at the art desk. I absolutely sympathize with how hard it can be sometimes to get on a roll, but, you know, when we can, I can't stop thinking about that goddamn KFC mouthwash. When you get on the roll, though, you do some really good work. I love the lighting on this. I love the blue light playing off of the lavender fur. That is fucking gorgeous. Really well done, too, along the contour of the neck and shoulder. And then coming up here and just catching the furthest locks of hair on the edge of the ear. That reads wonderfully. Very nicely done. And no, I don't trust that face. I mean, I knew better just based on the narrowed eyes. Oh, Voxel Forge has been hard at work, it seems. Working on busy working on all the I see. Hak Islam Nomad backpack for Infinity. Busy working on all the non-posable bits and pieces. Right now, upgrading the sniper rifle. This is a genius idea. Absolutely genius idea. 3D print parts for Infinity models. The more 3D printed parts, the better. In fact, you know what, Voxel Forge? Why don't you just sculpt up all the models in the entire Infinity range so I can 3D print and build and paint them and not have to do the metal ones? That should be easy, right? You're a very talented sculptor. You have a firm grasp of ZBrush. Why don't you just do that? Should be quick and not at all expensive. Very cool. I like the detail of the little zipper pull tab on there. It's for a private commission, but I do hope that you will at least request an example of the final painted finished product, because I would love to see it. I would absolutely love to see it here on the stream. And from White Wolf, let's get this pulled up here. Zaku 1 Sniper Progress Report. Yes, I do indeed work like this. Anyway, here's more or less how the Gunplay Workbench is looking after some tweaks, and also the current state of my conversion. Got the Mohawk done up, added in some bracing to the hands, and started the very basic outline or template of the stylized jackal that will be on the shoulder shield. And yes, that's a drippy pail I'm using as my tool storage. Let's take a look at both of these here. I do like that lamp. That's very cool. You're so much more organized than I am. It's disgusting. Yes, you do work in an incredibly well organized and carefully laid out and like anally retentive, carefully organized tool. I can't word right now. I don't have the words. Look at the clippers all lined up. Look at the sprue holder. It's oh god. It's absolute madness. Gunplay, gunplew. You know what I'm talking about. Look at that fucking mohawk. Look at that fucking thing. It's... Enhance. Yeah. Oh, shit. Are you giving him knuckle dusters? Is that what I'm seeing here? Like across the top knuckle? He's got like almost like knuckle duster mittens, like one plate on the index finger and then one going across the other three. That's cool. This is some in-depth styrene and putty work here, man. I dig this. I know we saw you starting on this before, the little like ladder rungs for the extra armor there. This is some very, very cool Zoc. Yeah, you can see the reinforced knuckles on the completed hand here. You've been working on this one for a while, and I think it's the more I see, the more excited I am to see where it ends up. The knuckles took bloody well forever. It's one of my favorite details. I hadn't seen this before or known that you were doing it, but I really like it. I like the division between the three the three fingers and the index finger there, which it makes sense. That would be the primary necessary manipulation. These three fingers could be kind of linked together like a mitten. He only really needs 3 digits. Damn, White Wolf. Damn. Alright, alright. And up last we have from Rockin' Robin Workshop. So, color out of space entity. So I found an STL I messed with to make it look like what I was looking for the entity. I added some skeletons in there to make it look like it's dissolving them. Enhance. Oh my god. Holy shit. Dude, this is fucking cool. Man, I want to be Rockin' Robin when I grow up. This isn't fair. Why does he get to have all the fucking awesome ideas? I mean, pretty big voxel forge. That's, what, like a 80 to 100 millimeter base, I'd say? I would guess that this is the circular base that's just under the 130 millimeter. Okay, so even bigger. I was going to say, I'd imagine this is the circular base that's just under, like the next leap up would be the Imperial Knight oval base. So this is like, This could go toe-to-toe with an Imperial Knight, I would say. Yeah, though, this is fucking cool. Like being ripped apart and dissolved inside of it. This is great. Okay. I know that by now it's just sort of an unspoken constant rule and truth. I would remind everybody, first of all, Rockin' Robin Workshop, please, 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 post your Instagram here in the chat right now. Do it. Fucking copy-paste. And secondly, everyone should be aware that Rockin' Robin Workshop has his own art channel on the Thunderhead Studio Discord, where you can also see his pretty fucking amazing work being posted. And you can always access that by hitting !Discord and popping right over. Yeah, we're gonna need some more of this, Robin. Holy shit. Where would you even, like, I don't even know where you would find an STL like this. Like, what would you even search for? It's insane. How much of this was custom work? Like, I feel like maybe you extended some pieces of it and kind of crossed them through each other and extended it to make it just how you wanted it? I want more. I desperately want more. Came across it randomly. I mean, I guess that's appropriate. But as much as we may desperately want more, that will bring us to the end of our return storm report, and thus the end of tonight's Sunday stream. I love when my buttons work. I have no explanation for why my Stream Deck started working again. It just kinda did. Alright, let me go ahead and see who's doing what and where, shall we? Biblically accurate angels kind of vibe. Yeah, I could totally see that. If it had like a big horrible eye in the middle of it, you know? Oh, Cephalopod Studios is going. Runic Raccoon is going. What's he up to? Let's see. Well, Runic Raccoon is in hour 9 of a 12-hour stream, and he's working on a really good-looking bust. I don't often get a chance to raid Runic Raccoon. He's not usually on or at the time that I'm finishing, so I'm going to take this opportunity to direct people over there. I know that a lot of you probably turning in for the night. We went a little late tonight. It's a damn good-looking stream. Very, very interesting work, though. Runic Raccoon is a great guy. I really love hanging out over there. So, you know, even if you're taking off for the night, if you feel like doing me a little bit of a favor, it's always appreciated if you stick around for the raid. Check out the channel. I try to raid you to places that I think are going to be interesting to you. It doesn't always work, but I do try, at the very least. So, you know, check out the stream, see if you like the vibe, see if you like what he's working on. Consider dropping him a follow if you want to get pinged next time Runic goes online. Folks, speaking of next time somebody goes online, we'll be back. We're switching from Tuesdays to Wednesdays because I've been doing some game nights on Tuesdays. So we're trying that this week. Wednesday the 30th, I'm going to be doing a 3D modeling stream. I need to work up some bases for these various kill teams, so we're just going to be kind of churning through some of those. And then Friday and Sunday both are planned to be devoted to painting. I'll likely be done with this terrain by then, so we should be moving on to some actual kill team models, probably some cyberpunk stuff. Either way, all stuff for Adepticon. Should be a good time. Guys, thank you so much for coming out tonight. Thank you for coming out. Again, I hope you all had a fantastic Thanksgiving. Thank you to everybody who posted to the Storm Report. I love seeing your work. And a huge thank you, as always, to my amazing mod team. I'm going to send you over to Runic now. So until next time, keep on painting.